Hey, Russell, Skyfly, Brenda. So we should be set and ready to go. I did go out and get a ship this morning at a little after 6 o'clock and just got done editing it and posting it. That's why I'm about 5 minutes late getting on here. Um, but once you get on a roll, you get on a roll, you know? So how's everybody doing? I hope well. Brenda, I hope you're doing well. Russell, good morning. Where's TJ? I don't know. I'm not sure where TJ is. Give me a second. I gotta pick some peanuts. They're out here staring at me through the window.
Welcome to Friday morning with Paul's Chair.
Hey, Joe.
It's Friday morning with Paul's empty chair.
Well, it between me and the squirrels and the chipmunks, every time I think I've got everything done, chipmunks are at the window. Hey, what about us? What
I, I'd be going like this.
about
Hey, get you home.
now they're
Go
my
eat the stuff you already have.
they're my family, just like you and your pupper dogs are your family.
Well, I'll get rid of them. Well, I got 10 o'clock this morning. I got the baby. Quit talking about it. Okay. You speaking it.
You know what I'm thinking, Joe.
And that way you ain't heard the best. Next week, I might have all 5 days. No, that ain't no, I'm gonna die by then.
No, I think you're stepping right into the grandfather role real well. I give you a lot of kudos, and I'm sure
I'm the
Brenda,
distant
Sun Sky,
grandfather.
and everybody else.
I'll put it this way. I'll move first. I'll move to Vegas with my sister. Well, my son yesterday had a good interview at the police station.
Did he?
Yeah, they came in and they said, "You're from Covington too," like that. And they found out that that's his whole shift that transferred. All the people that trained him and worked with him, and this is the shift that nobody want when they were on. Nobody wanted to do anything because they know they get caught. So, like the sheriff met him and everybody else met him yesterday. And they said, yeah, all we got to do is run the background and all of this on you and then bring you in. And they said, you're hired, basically.
Good for
So,
him.
so that's what he wants. He's got an hour drive each way. It'll take him an hour to get to work, hour to come home. What he wants. He says, I'm in a police car. What's the difference? But the deal is that they monitor the police cars. One of the other officers was running late yesterday on his first day. Monday on his first day in. So he picked it up a little bit because it's a big interstate right there where Johnny and I fly at. So he was, and it's just interstate, nothing else, nothing around. A straight 24-mile shot. So he was flying about 95. When he got in there, the sheriff walked in and said, don't go over 90 miles an hour. We monitor you.
Well, the thing of it is that maybe your son will move closer if he gets comfortable.
He's not moving. Reason he's not moving is because his apartment's $600 a month. He's got a nice apartment. He gets away. He'll get away from everything. He won't be where he's working. It's good because you work a couple of days and you're off for a couple of days. So you come home for a couple of days and get away from everything.
Yeah.
I said it's gonna make him, and they asked him what this they looked at him and walked up to him and they said, you're on SWAT over in Covington, right? And they said, no. He said, you got a trial for it. I put in for it and never got put on the list to try out. And the SWAT officer, the guy that runs it, looked at Justin and said, well, you're going to be SWAT here.
Good for him.
He said, you're going to be doing SWAT. And that's what Justin wants to do. He wants to get more involved. He actually told me something that surprised the hell out of me. See, nowadays, kids, the generation, there's no loyalty in anything. He always wanted to be a fireman. 3 years after being a fireman, he decided, I don't want to be a fireman anymore. He became a cop. He told me, he said, if he didn't get this change, he probably would have quit. I said, what were you going to do? He said, I don't know. And I'll tell you where he can make more money than he's doing as a cop. He can go be a bartender because he was a bartender. He was a bartender before he went to be a fireman, and he was making money. He made all kind of money. And that money, it comes too easy. It comes a whole like Nick. Nick worked and made good money serving tables at Texas Roadhouse. He'd go into a place and he'd leave a $20 tip. He'd buy a hamburger, leave a $20 tip. I said, why are you leaving so much? Because I work tables and I know what it's like. I said, but you work for that money, you're going to give it up. Just make it reasonable, you know? Nope. Nope. That's what I want to give.
Good morning, Mark.
It's just a little bit different, you know? Hey, Mark. But I went to the doctor yesterday.
Yeah.
Doctor walked in. The blood work's good. Checked me out and he said, you're probably still cancer free because blood work doesn't show anything. I said, yeah, I know. I agree. And he goes, I'm not doing a PET scan. I said, okay. Because we do a PET scan every year. We've done it for 6 years. He said, I'm not doing a PET scan. He said, I'll see you in 6 months. We'll do one then. Be a year and a half now. We'll give it to a year and a half. He said, and if that one comes back clean, which it probably will, he said, we'll probably wait for 2 years. He said, there's no need to put you through it, you know? This is good for me. But now a PET scan cost me $200. It didn't cost me anything. I got a copay with a specialist now of $50 freaking dollars. When I went in there yesterday, they told me he said when you get a high copay like that, he don't want it. But guess what I found out yesterday? My doctor lives on Mandeville Lakefront, and he was stuck in his house for 2 days during the storm when it flooded.
Huh.
So I leave there, drive all the way to Mandeville High School. And it was a trip. I get to Mandeville High School. When I get into Mandeville, right by the high school, pouring down rain. I mean, sunshine pouring down rain. I pulled up to the high school. Rain starts to stop. I'm there at 4:15. The game I'm supposed to shoot is at 5:45. I looked at it and I said, something's wrong because I know they got to have a preliminary game. Walk over there. The gym's locked up. The doors are locked. I walk around the front to see if I can get in by the office. The office is closed. I walk back by the gym, and all of a sudden they got this girl running across the thing, runs over one of the dance team members in a pair of Spans and a sports bra. High school girl runs over. She goes, "Mr. Joe, we'll let you in." Let me in. Like that. I said, "Thank you, appreciate it. Go away." You know, like that. Like that, because she was half dressed, but she was dressed the way they practice. You know. So I go into the gym, and they got a couple people in the gym, football players, and they're talking to me, and I look around and I said, "Where's the game at?" Because it could be that they haven't set up yet. It could just be one game. I look at the schedule; it's at a different school. So I took a panoramic shot of the gym, sent it to my editor. I said, "I imagine it's not here, right?" And I said, "It's at Lakeshore." I said, "I'm on my way." So I went to Lakeshore, and he called the guy who was writing, and told him he was on the way to Mandeville too, because they told us Mandeville. So we get there and we shot the game, and it was Mandeville played Lakeshore. Lakeshore made the semifinals last year in volleyball. Mandeville made the quarterfinal. Lakeshore swept them in 3 sets. It's the first time it's ever happened. It was history. And it was 20, was it 26, 24, 25, 19, and the last one was 25, 18 or something like that. But when and we cover both teams, so the way it works, I've got to have pictures of both teams, good players on both teams, because the winning team gets the lead. So the first game, I'm shooting Mandeville people, but in the second game, I move over to the end, and I got a little seat, and I'm sitting on a seat, and the ref looks over at me, and she says, "Move back a little bit." I said, "Got it." And I go to move back a little bit, and she looks over at the other ref. The other ref goes to talk to the coach, and the coach and them look over at me, and they're talking and everything. And she goes, "Yeah, move back on the other side of the black line." So, nope, I'll move. So she comes up after the match, and she says to me, "Yeah, I hated to move you. I just did because normally we want you behind the line." She said, "But we're not worried about you." She said, "But the coach was looking at it, so that's why I stopped it." And the other ref walks over to him and she says, "Yeah, you should have heard Rachel. Rachel saw you over there, and when I walked up to her and asked if I needed you to move, she goes, 'We don't need Joe to move. We love Joe.'" So she said, "We love Joe. We don't want him to move. We don't want to." But I moved. She said, "But she said it might be better for him to move a little further because my girls are getting crazy right now because they were all over the court." Sure enough, right after I moved, one of the girls hit a ball crazy, and when she came by me, she was going into the stands. I had to grab her.
Wow.
So if I would have been where I was, she'd have run right over me. But it was funny. She said, "We don't want to tell Joe to move. We love him." They're not going to love me this morning because they didn't get the lead. They got the pictures they got were getting bombarded by the other team.
Well, I don't know what that link is you've put in, Paul, but when you click on it, it comes up with "this video is private."
What's that?
The link you've put in, when you click on it, it comes up with "this video is private."
Yeah, that's a link to a video.
Yeah, it's not a link to join the stream.
And not the chat. It says Herbert Jackson Upbound Port. That's what you pinned up top.
Okay, let me Invite link has been copied, it says. Let's see if I can get it straightened out.
Almost caught up. I'll be caught up in a couple of minutes.
Hey, try that one, see what it does.
That we should do. Yeah, that should do it. That brings you into Zoom.
Okay. I don't know how that
He was
happened.
working today.
Who knows? You know, my fingers don't exactly follow my brain.
Oh, do I have volleyball up? No, I do not.
Well, it's cloudy and windy today, so we picked the right day going yesterday in the nice sunshine. Yeah, I didn't get any flying done either. One, I was knackered after walking the dog for so far. And two, we were too close to the airport on the beach that we went to, so
I'm gonna find out. All the freaking noise in this place. All the working downstairs, and now they're cutting grass. Ugh.
I did mine on Wednesday.
Well, I want to live in the country.
What, where the sheep and the cows do the grass?
That might be a good idea. Put me a couple of goat out there. We got about 4 sheep out there to take care of it. Wouldn't
Yep. The dogs might drive them mad though.
Okay, I made a change in the way I file things a few years ago when I got about 2015. And the main thing I need, I can't remember where it's at. I think it's 2019. I got a folder with clip art in it. that is, I think it's in the Mandeville football. I'll tell you what, when I find it, I had it the other day. I looked at it the other day. Yeah, just found it.
That's
So I'm
what
gonna
they
put
put.
me a
Just
shortcut.
put clip art in your search bar.
No, it says MHS projects. That's what it is. What I need to do, because that goes into all the clip art and everything else. Because what I do is I have all the different main, like the logos for the web pages, like for volleyball and everything. It built in there. Everything for volleyball.
You would think it was midnight here in the Pacific Northwest. Look how dark it is.
Hi,
Oh,
Lance.
6:30. Good morning, Mark.
Up Lance.
Yeah, it does look pretty dark.
Went for my walk this morning. It didn't rain on me. Starting to sprinkle now. I wanted to fly I haven't flown my Mini 3 in probably at least 6 months. So I have my Mini 3 all charged up. I was going to fly it on the stop on the way into work, but it better stop sprinkling by the time I get to Tacoma. And then I'm meeting a guy by the name of David Boyd and Kip Gardner. David's from Arkansas. He comes up. He has relatives that live up here. He comes up once a year, and we get together and fly. And I just met him on Facebook and one day, and he said, "Hey, you want to fly?" And I said, "Sure." So he and Kip and I are going to fly after work today. Kip lives about 2 miles from me, and I get together with him a couple times a year. But we're going to fly the Avata 2.
The best drone ever.
The
you know,
second best drone in the world.
It's funny to hear you get excited about the Avata 2 because I remember a day. Do you remember it, Joe?
I always remember days.
And in the football game, I'm going to do an astro shot of the kids at halftime. But it's supposed to be nicer this afternoon. This is supposed to burn off and get nice. So I'll take up the drone at halftime and do a fun shot for them. They always like that.
I don't know if you heard it, Lance. They sent me to the wrong school yesterday to shoot volleyball.
Get out of town.
They said it was at Mandeville. I went to Mandeville to get there, and the gym's got people in it, but the door's locked. On the outside, I can't get in. I walked over where the office is at, and they closed. I'm standing out there, and the Spinnakers, the dance team, are right there next door. I could see them up in the auditorium, and they practice in the open area up there. And they're out there doing their stuff. All of a sudden, one of the girls comes running over with the key to open up the door for me. She comes over. All she's got on is a pair of tights, and it's not even full tights. A little short, tight pair of shorts. It's like skin tight. A little sports bra. This is a high school senior, right?
Yeah.
She's been there for a few years. She goes, "I got it, Mr. Joe. I got it. I'm opening for you." Goes running over. I mean, my wife, when we were married, I don't think she wore clothes that little clothes. You know, it was like, oh, I'm glad I'm not in high school.
Yeah, it's definitely a new world, Joe. I mean, you'd be shocked at what the kids are wearing.
Yeah, she just said, "I got it, Mr. Joe." Run up there, jumped in front of me, opened the door. She goes, "See you later," and ran. See you tomorrow night. I was like, Lord. I go in there, and there's football players in there throwing the ball around. And there's no volleyball net set up. I'll go look at the schedule. It's at Lakeshore. I had to go to another school.
And how far away was that?
About 6 miles. Wasn't bad. The only bad part is I was gonna on the way in I was gonna stop and get gas. My gas gauge isn't work. It works sometimes. But when I get to about 160, I go fill it up because I usually have about 220. That gives me some in case I goof around.
Yeah.
And I was sitting at 115 when I was going to Mandeville. I figured, man, I got 40 miles to play with. I'll get it tomorrow. I don't need it. And now I'm at 142. You know. So now tomorrow I will go get gas.
You have a game tonight?
Yep.
Where is it, at Manderville?
Yeah, it's at Mandeville tonight.
So
If it wasn't at Mandeville, it'd be a problem.
yeah, and I'm going to. Our home field is Stadium High School. You guys have seen that school that's on the cliff there that looks like a castle.
Right.
Yep.
That's our home field. So I'll be there tonight. I'll meet up with my buddies right after school, fly for about an hour and a half, and then wander over to the school. The cheerleaders want me to take headshots of them, so I'll do that before the game starts. And then I've got a couple of my yearbook kids taking pictures. I've got a really good photographer. He's but he doesn't, he doesn't. I don't want to say criticism. He doesn't take instruction real well because he thinks he knows everything.
One of them. Yeah.
I know those.
Yeah, but a good kid, and he's shooting at about 1/250th of a second, and in the fourth quarter up here it's pitch black, right?
Oh,
So,
no
so
way.
I'm like, well, first I would probably put it on auto ISO. Let the ISO do the work, okay? And then you've got to shoot faster. You've got to shoot 1/500th, at least 1/500th of a second, to get any movement at all. You got to freeze that action. And so he turns in a bunch of pictures at 1/250th of a second. All the kids are like they're standing in their stance, or they're, no movement at all. There's no running plays or tackles or punts or field goal. It's all stills.
What kind of cameras y'all using?
He is using his personal camera, and it's a T7. So it's a crop sensor. I've got a 7D that he could use if he wanted to, which is still a crop sensor.
Yeah, that's what I use, 7D too.
I have my Pentax K1 that's full frame, so I can shoot, in dark situations fairly easily. And so, I show him the action shots at 1/500th, and it's like, this is what you need. This is what I need to see. I don't want to see a kid standing on the line of scrimmage, waiting for the ball to hike. That's boring. I want to see a kid getting tackled, or a kid running down the field, or, catching the ball in midair. But he doesn't shoot fast enough because they're all blurry shots because he's shooting at 1/250th of a second.
Right.
So I'll approach him again today and say, hey, shoot at 1/500th, shoot in shutter priority. Don't be fancy pants and try to do manual, because now you're having to control three things and the action's too fast and you're too new of a shooter to figure out on the fly what you need to change.
Yeah.
And I try to tell my kids to shoot in if they're shooting sporting events, put it on aperture, put it on shutter priority, and let the shutter do the work, and you're just going to set it at 1/500th. You're going to freeze the frame, put it on auto ISO, so the ISO will change for you, and whatever you want to put it in aperture priority is up to you. But
what I've done over the years is when I hit a different school, I kind of play with it, see what it's doing. I kind of keep track of them. Because like at Mandeville, it's the lighting is so bad in some places. The best thing for me to do is when the lights take over, all I do is I lock it in at 3.2. I lock it in at 10,000 ISO, and I shoot at 1,000 of a second. And
Yep.
the reason I do that is because when I stop everything move, all the movement, and at 10,000 will give me enough light with raw to fool with. But I cannot, if I go to 12, it tears up the grain, you know?
Yeah. And what do you use to denoise your, or do you have to denoise your
I do it in
images at
Lightroom.
10,000?
I do it in Lightroom, and what I do is if sometimes I don't need to denoise it, you know?
Yeah.
What I do is just a standard. I have a preset that on the luminance, I put the luminance to 20 and see what 20 does. Because that usually takes all the any speckles out of it. And sometimes I have to go to 40. You know, as long as I don't lose the sharpness, I'm good, you know. But I do that like tonight when the game starts, it'll be dark. But before the game, all the shots are gonna be daylight shots.
Yeah. And a little known trick that I use sometimes, depending, is I go into Photoshop and I will go to blur, believe it or not, and I will go to I think is it surface blur, and it blurs everything but the edges. So any noise in the background, it blurs. And I put that on its own layer so I can go back in and put a mask on it and take that blur out where I don't want it. So say I don't want it on the football helmet, you know, I'll mask that out, and that works really well. But what it does is it gets rid of all of the grain. If I'm shooting it like say 3.2 or 2.8 and I've got the nice blurry background, but it also creates a lot of noise. That's what I do, and it takes the noise completely out, which is a little known trick that I kind of figured out on. I thought I'm going to try that, and it works perfectly.
It doesn't. That's too much work for me.
Yeah, and I'll do that with 10 shots. Yeah. And I usually send those to my administration and my athletic director. I had a kid come up to me yesterday. I taught with her grandfather, and he retired in 1999. Anyway, she comes up to me and shows me a picture I took of her playing soccer on Tuesday night, I think it was. She comes up and says, "Thank you very much for taking this shot. I really appreciate it." And I thought, how did you get that? I only sent it. So I thought, well, maybe the athletic director sent it to the kids, because I sent it to the athletic director and all my admins. But she was so polite. I thought, kids aren't that way anymore. She said, you knew my grandfather. He told me to say hi. His name, he told me. She said his name is Joe. Blah blah blah. And I said, yep. He and I taught 25 years ago. He retired, and he's still kicking. I thought, good for him, because he was a heavy smoker and at one point a heavy drinker, but he stopped drinking, probably 50 years ago. But he still smoked like and right when I came into this school district in 1983, they outlawed smoking on campus for teachers. So they used to smoke in the staff room. The teachers could smoke in the staff room, and as soon as the year I was hired in '83, and I wasn't a smoker, but I just remember this because he would then go out onto the street and smoke on the street off campus, off campus grounds, and get his smoke in it, during his break or during his lunch or whatever. And I thought, boy, and he's still kicking. He's just like a heavy smoker, and he's still alive. he's got to be 80. He's got to be 85. I bet he retired at 65. In 2000, that would be 85, be 65, 75, 85, 90. So he's got to be between 85 and 90, somewhere in there.
Wow. Deserving.
But yeah, so I'll shoot the football game tonight. I've got three of my staffers shooting as well, and hopefully we'll win tonight. We played Stadium High School, the high school that the stadium is at. We played them last Friday. They're really good, but they're the biggest division. They're 4A. We're only 3A, and they spanked us in the first half. It was 28-0, but we ended up scoring 28 in the second half. But they scored 14, so they beat us, by 14 points. But we play a team that we beat last year, and they haven't won a game in a couple years. So hopefully we'll win tonight.
Well, the team we play tonight, Mandeville's never played them before. George Washington Carver. School from the South Shore, from Mandeville, from New Orleans. And it's a pretty good team. Mandeville's 2-0. I gotta look what their record is. But I was sitting next to the coach night before last, and I looked over and I said, "Okay, what's about Friday night going to be, a shootout or what?" And his demeanor, he just looks over and he says, "I sure hope not." That's all he said.
Yeah.
I sure hope not. I'll put it this way: it's either going to be a shootout or we're going to get spanked.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
I pretty much shoot handheld. Every once in a while, I'll bring a monopod. I didn't grab it this morning, so I'm not going to shoot with a monopod. Do you ever break out your monopod?
That's all I use. I got that big 300 lens on there.
Yeah.
And that camera and that monopod's on it everywhere I go.
Okay. Yeah. I handhold my 300.
Yeah, I don't. I'm too old for that.
I'm getting that way.
Yeah, I don't. And I don't get ground level. I don't get low. I get up high and I shoot down. And because I'm small, I'm not like 6 foot, but being 5'6", I'm low enough that I don't need to get down. I'm still under the players.
Yeah, yeah. So do you step into the stands then?
No, I'm out on the field.
So how do you get high then?
I don't really shoot high. I don't shoot any high shot.
Oh, I thought you said you shoot high.
No, I just get straight level. I don't. In other words, when I'm standing up like that, I'm not taller than the players.
Sure.
I might be taller than a couple freshman players, but that's about it,
Yeah, yeah. And I shoot from ground level as well. And I try to get on the side of the quarterback's throwing hand so I can get his eyes, not his back.
Yeah. Well, I always make sure Mandeville's facing me. That way everything's coming towards me.
Yep.
When the ball went, even the defense is coming towards me, the offense is coming towards me. But then you get the incidents like the other night, boy, it pissed me off. One of the players, they hit the guy fumbled, and it was right in front of me, about 15 feet in front of me, and that freaking 300 millimeter lens couldn't focus on it.
Yeah.
It was.
And I like getting.
It didn't work.
Go ahead.
It's just close enough that it couldn't focus.
And I like hitting the offensive line and defensive line every once in a while, right there on the line of scrimmage. But the darn referee stands right in my way. It's like, hey, I'm trying to shoot here. Come on, do you really need to ref this play?
You know how many times I get stripes in my pictures?
Too many.
Oh yeah, they'll be running right by me. I'll be in the middle. The guy's reaching up to catch the ball, and the referee runs right by me.
Yep, Yep.
So when I'm shooting, like when I'm shooting defense especially, and they're moving down the field, the team, see, I'm supposed to stay within the 30s. That's where they got us blocked off. But you'll see me at the 45. I'll be out, step 4 yards out into the field because
Yeah,
I'm not interfering with the play. I'm not interfering with the play, but I got to get around the freaking official in my way.
Yeah, I do that too, and I just make sure that if it has to come the other way, I'm off the field. I get the hell off the field.
That happened a couple of years ago. One of the players I contract, they hit the thing. I'm standing out almost to the numbers. They hit the quarterback. The ball, his fumble bounces forward. He's a big lineman, grabs it, starts running towards me. I took 5 pictures, then walked off the field. But I made sure I got those 5 pictures. He was about 20 yards from me. Then I walked right off the field. Official runs right after I got the field. Official runs by. He comes up to me afterwards. He said, "I didn't yell at you or say anything because I knew you'd get off the field." He said,
Yeah.
"You've been here long enough." I said, "Yeah, I had to get them pictures." But that was one of my players, and boy, I missed that one. I did that.
Yeah. I'm not brave enough to get as far out as the numbers. I just get out early to the.
Well, that happens every once in a while. They got to be about 40 yards away from me to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I got that line. The head official, the white hat, always gets right in my line of view. So I got to move out of here.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey,
Is
buddy.
this Paul Murray, the live show?
This is my chair show.
Okay.
PJ said it at work.
Well, I'm not going to stop for my drone today. It's still sprinkling,
Oh, really?
so I'll just drive into work. Actually, I'm going to stop and grab a McMuffin, I think.
There you go.
Waste all that walk that I did this morning. I walk about anywhere from 54 to 55 minutes. I time myself, and I try to do it every morning if I can. Thank you, Brad Alston. I don't know if you guys know who Brad is.
Yep.
He got me. He got me motivated to walk. He walks every day, and he's lost like, I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm just throwing out a number, 100 pounds.
Wow.
So I figured I'm gonna try to get back into my playing weight. Oh, is TJ on here?
He was.
He's in the chat.
Hey,
In the
TJ,
chat.
thanks a lot. Thanks, buddy. I got your stickers out yesterday. I haven't opened them. I wanted to do an unboxing for you.
Must be nice. I didn't get mine yet.
Yeah,
He said
TJ's
he's
at work, and so he says he'll catch everybody later.
Oh, did he hear me say thank you?
No, he did not. So you might want to
Okay.
catch up with him later.
Okay.
Because I got a timestamp on his last comment. He says, "At work, y'all. See y'all later this afternoon. Have a good stream now." And it was at he said that at 9:28, and it's 9:52 now.
Okay. No, it's only 6:52.
Yeah, 3 hours
Oh.
difference.
It's
No,
8:52.
no,
What are you talking about?
it's 2:52. In the afternoon, it's nearly time to go home.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I got to put the screen up on the door so Mia can go in and out. She's outside and the door's wide open.
We had open house the other night, Joe, and almost every parent asked me if we had a dark room and we were shooting prints. And I said, that's been gone a long time.
What's a print?
Yeah, exactly.
I've still got my developer and enlarger.
I had my dad's, but I sold it at a swap meet, garage sale.
I think it's a Patterson.
I think mine was a Pattison too. I don't remember for sure. But my dad would take me into the dark room, drag me by hold my hand and bring me in there, and snotty-nosed little kid, and I'd watch him develop his images. I learned how to do that. I never taught the dark room though to my kids. It was digital by the time I actually started teaching photography.
Yeah. You should do. Let them know the way it used to be.
Yeah,
know,
there's a
some of them
Go
might
ahead.
still be interested in getting a bit of wet film done.
Yeah. There's a guy, and I don't say this often because I don't want my kids to transfer to the other high school. But the high school, the Stadium High School, that castle that you saw, they have a teacher there. He teaches one class of darkroom. All of the other is digital. When he started, was all darkroom, and that was 15 years ago. And the expense is just too expensive, so he's dropped it to one class. This may be his last year that he teaches darkroom, but I don't tell my kids that because I don't want them to transfer to Stadium to take darkroom, because they would be interested in that, I'm sure.
The way you described that school, it sounds like the game that they play there should be Quidditch.
Yeah. That school has all the doctors and lawyers' kids, and it's also in an area that is very high crime and low income. So you get the low income kids, and you get the rich kids that live on the bluffs, and you got the view of the water. So it's a real mix of kids. Where my school is kind of middle class.
Uh-huh.
I've got rich kids and I've got poor kids, but most of them are just middle class kids.
Yeah, where I went, it was Catholic grammar school, where you had to pass your 11 plus to get in it at the end of primary school. But now it's a private school. When the government decided they wanted to combine comprehensives with grammar schools and everything,
Yeah.
school decided they wanted to keep the standards and went private.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Is that Donald?
No.
It is Darcy.
Can I get 2 sausage McMuffins and 2 hash browns?
That'd be it.
That's it.
First window.
Hey, it'll be 8:47. $7:36. How do you say?
Thank you.
What was that?
So, Joe, what lens do you always use? Do you just use the 300?
It's a 120-300 Sigma sports lens.
Joe?
Yeah.
Joe?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
What'd you say?
It's a Sigma 120-300.
And so it's a
2.8.
120 to 300. So it's a zoom lens.
Hello, Donald.
And then
Oh.
what aperture?
28.
What aperture?
Yeah, 2.8.
Oh, geez, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And is it variable? So does it, at 300, it goes to 5.6?
Nope,
Oh, it
straight
stays at 2.
2.8.
Okay. My 300, it's a prime, and it's a 4.0, but my 70 to 200 is at 2.8, and it's not a variable. It's a constant aperture.
I've got the 100 to 300 EOS lens and the 35 to 105. Plus various others, obviously. But they're my two zooms.
Now I'm caught up. Now I have everything posted, everything done. I got about an hour break before the kid comes in.
Just don't answer the door.
I wish I could not answer the door.
Yeah, because she seems like a pill.
Well,
Just put
the worst part
just put her out
about
with
this,
put her out with the dogs.
well, the worst part about this is that I have to watch until about 1 o'clock today because they're moving the office where where my ex-wife works.
Yeah.
But she's got to go in, and the boss is going to be there, so she's got to go. Can't bring the kid.
Okay.
They'll bring the granddaughter. So I got her for about an hour, about 2 hours, probably
Gotcha.
3 hours. And then next week, one of the counselors quit, so she's got to pick up the workload. So I may have her all every day next week.
Oh wow.
So I told him, I said, look, listen to me. The 2 days wear me out. It takes me till Friday just to catch up. Then I get wore out again doing the game.
Yeah.
Time for me to move to Vegas. Okay, everything is loaded. Everything is done. Got a bill due today. I can't remember what it is. May not have it.
You cooking? Don?
Yeah, making breakfast.
Breakfast? What are you making today? A porridge type of thing or what?
Toast and a couple fried eggs.
Oh,
Although they're not really
No
fried.
more multi meal for you.
Do you
They're not
ever
really
do the healthy option?
I'm using this little copper 5-minute chef thing to
Oh,
cook
yeah.
the egg. And it works really good.
Yeah, I like those. I got one like that. I got a little round one. I put the
Yeah.
egg in there for 2 minutes, 20 seconds, comes out perfect.
So it's not a fried egg, then it's a poached egg.
No, it's fried.
Well, it's not really. It's not fried in oil, but it is on
between a
big-
poached and a fried.
I don't know what would be considered.
Is it just
It's on-
dry fried?
It's almost baked.
Yeah,
you
It's
know?
dry fried.
Healthy option. Fill your frying pan with water and crack the eggs into it as though you were frying them in water. Get poached eggs.
One thing I don't like about this is that when it's done, at least with fried eggs, you have those little crispy bits on the whites,
Yeah,
and this doesn't do the crispy bits really. I kind of miss
yeah.
those.
You don't get any crispy bits in a poached egg. Definitely.
Well, I remember the days, you ready for this? When I worked EMS, had a guy, Dale Frober, that I worked with. And whenever we worked, we used to swing by his mama's house out in Metairie. And we'd go in there and his mama would cook us eggs and bacon and grits and stuff like this. And the bacon would be cooked first. They'd take all the bacon out the pan, leave all the grease, and throw the eggs in it.
Yeah.
So you'd have all the bacon fat all over the eggs.
Oh yeah.
And then why you think I had a heart attack?
Then when you take the eggs out, fry mushrooms in it.
Yeah, and we never did that. That would be good.
And of course, leave the yolks running so you can dip your toast.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
obviously. I'm not all that over keen on, other than hard boiled eggs. All eggs should have soft, runny yolks.
You got to have liquid chicken. You got to have a
Well,
liquid.
You got scrambled eggs too, you know.
Yeah, I know. I like scrambled eggs, but
What kind of position is
and
that?
omelets.
Position. What is it?
Actually,
Let's see the position this dog's in.
you can do scrambled eggs quite well in the microwave.
Scramble eggs in a microwave. What?
Yeah,
Like that.
just
You
whisk,
do have to stop every once in a while and scramble
just
them?
whisk your milk and your eggs together in a
That.
jug. Add some salt and pepper, and just stick it in the microwave and cook it in there.
But wouldn't it be all stuck together like a souffle type of thing, or do you then whip it up after you cook it?
Oh, you can do that as well, but I mean, if you whisk it well enough, there's enough air in it to keep it separate.
I don't think Gordon Ramsay would approve.
Probably not.
You don't have to eat it.
He's not getting offered any.
Have you ever seen him make scrambled eggs?
Takes him fucking hours.
Mm-hmm. And so much butter.
I don't put butter in scrambled eggs, only in omelets.
And when Gordon Ramsay makes his scrambled eggs, they are soft and kind of creamy. They're almost a porridge
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
type texture.
No, fluffy, yeah, but soggy, no.
Guess
They
what I'm
put so
having
much
for
butter
dinner
in them,
tonight?
and he's constantly folding them so you don't get any larger chunks. It just is.
Paul, guess what I'm having for dinner tonight?
Uh,
2 eggs, 2 pieces of toast. That'll keep me till dinner.
Have you already fed the kids?
Their mom fed them.
All
She
right.
got up. She made waffles for them. And that's what made me start craving toast. I thought if I'm making toast, I might as well make some eggs for them. You know, to
Mhm.
keep company.
Oh yeah. It saves having to spread jam on them.
I like just the other day I made a piece of toast and just ate it dry without anything. But usually it's just
No butter or
a little
anything?
bit. Usually it's just I put a little bit of butter on it. But the other day I made a piece of toast and just ate it dry.
Huh.
Nah. It's got to have at least butter on it.
Well, you don't. You may want it, but you don't need it.
Yeah, I can't eat dry toast.
I'm thinking about getting out of the house and just going to the library here in a little bit.
Which is weird, I suppose, because you can certainly eat a piece of bread without butter on it. But for some unknown reason, when it's toasted, it's different.
But I'm also the kind of guy I will sometimes pop popcorn and not put anything on my popcorn, just eat it.
Oh, I do that. I don't put anything on my popcorn. In fact, sometimes I put salt in my porridge.
I always put salt in my
Which
oatmeal or
is which
whatever
is
it is that I'm making.
that's the Scottish way of doing it.
But I also put sugar in it. But you always put a little pinch of salt to make the sweet taste more.
Joe, what time is your granddaughter coming today?
10 o'clock.
It's 10:11 here. Oh, it's 9:11 there.
A little
I
pinch
got
of
both
salt.
locks, both
Sweet.
locks locked right now.
A
Oh,
Not
little
letting
bit
anybody
more
in.
than but yeah.
You're gonna leave her outside? Ha!
Leave them outside. Just put a chain on it and tie it to the door. Should be fine.
But you're saying the Scottish way of eating porridge is without any sugar at all? Just put
Yeah.
salt in it?
That was the traditional Scottish way of doing it, yeah.
I could see that. Just a little bit of salt and just have the flavor of the oats.
Yeah.
Or whatever your porridge is. What do you consider porridge? Because porridge
Yeah,
is
it's,
classified in my mind as any type of grain that is cooked like that.
porridge would be oatmeal as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, and oatmeal, I just use a pinch of sugar, but I know you
Lance
get those
is back.
packs. They add so much flavor you can't taste the oatmeal. You're tasting whatever the flavoring is of the oatmeal.
Yeah.
And so I just use just enough sugar to set it off, but I want to keep that flavor of the oat.
Yeah.
Open the door.
So you're at school early then, right, Lance?
I am early. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Guess what I'm having for dinner tonight, Paul?
Pizza.
Almost right. Cold pizza.
Cold pizza. Wow.
Calzone.
My wife's going and inviting a friend over.
Which-
and they're gonna
which
have
one is
pizza,
it?
and
Which
I'm
one
gonna
is
get
that,
home
Joe?
and it'll be cold. by the time I get
Leo.
home.
That's Cleo. Hey, Cleo.
That's my baby girl.
Well, I was going to have fish and chips for tea tonight, but Kate's going to bring me some beef stew round that she's made. So
Look
Now,
at the
how
kid.
old is she, Joe?
She's 8,
8 years
7,
old. 7 or 8.
7, 8. I gotta look.
something like that. Yeah.
That's my old lady girl. She's going,
Well, I think we wore Precious out yesterday on the beach. She's done nothing but sleep since we got home yesterday.
Well, how old is Precious?
13.
Yeah, that's like Mia is the same, you know. Have you noticed what I've noticed with Mia is she's a little bit more standoffish, and I think that when she was rescued off the streets of Detroit, she might have been an outdoor dog because she just loves to just go out and be by herself in the yard.
she,
No, she would prefer to curl up and lie on the sofa next to me and sleep there.
She used to, but it's gotten to the point now where
really?
like all night last night she rolled up on a blanket in the corner over by the
In fact, most nights she'll climb on the bed and lie up against me in the bed on top
Oh,
of the.
maybe she's just sick of your shit.
could be because what
It's like I'm going out in the yard.
my reclining electric chair is right next to the end of the couch, and she usually comes and lays on one end of that couch or the other, you know.
Breakfast al fresco, eh?
Oh yeah.
Well, I know she gets pissed when I don't take her with me, go fly.
Yeah.
Well, I usually have my coffee out here.
All right. Mind you, I've had 2 cups of tea outside so far today. But I had my Weetabix for breakfast.
I had a shoot that I thought was going to be scheduled for today, but ended up being scheduled for Monday.
Uh-huh.
So,
A lazy day today then.
no, I think I'm going to actually get out of the house, go to the library, and
What on? Read books about Volkswagen Beetle engines.
actually probably do some writing.
Uh-huh.
Do a couple different things at the library. You know, you can read a little, you can write a little.
Uh-huh.
But I like getting out. I mean, it's a different place. I love the library because it's a mix of activity and silence.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, we had a nice library until they decided to move it into a new building and knock the old.
Sneezy, sneezy. But yeah, I'm just thinking get out of the house and get away from
Good morning, Randy.
kids and grandkids for a little bit.
Hey, props, Randy, what's up?
Yeah. Go and get a bit of peace and quiet.
Well, yeah, it'll give them a break from me too. Maybe search the job boards.
Mm. I don't know that we have them in our libraries. We have the job centre for that.
I'm talking about just online. I'll be taking my iPad with me.
Oh, yeah. You know, attach your iPad to the Wi-Fi, can you?
Yep.
What?
That reminds me, I've got to connect this new computer to my Wi-Fi. And then log into me Apple Cloud account. lots of things to do when you change a computer.
Hey, has anyone used an underwater dive case for like a GoPro or a Insta360 camera?
Yeah.
And do you use those anti-fog little strips and put them inside, and do they work?
I have not had any issues really with it, and
Okay.
I haven't done it often enough. I'm sure that if you're changing temperatures drastically, you'll get that fogging, but I have never used it. So
I had it in Hawaii really bad on the dive case. I mean, it just completely fogged up. And I'm going to be shooting in a pool. I'm going to shoot the divers in the pool, and I'm going to dip the dive case underwater as they hit the water. I'm sure it's going to fog up. And I lost the strips that it came with, so I'm ordering some, hoping that I
Well,
ordered the right ones.
Hey, Lance, have you thought about picking up one of those underwater submarine cams?
Mm.
From the company that's building them in Everett
Yeah,
that explode.
yep. Yeah, that would be a good one.
Why would you
Yeah.
take your son? Why would you take your son in that submarine?
now, when you were diving in Hawaii, were you going relatively deep?
No,
Just
2 feet, 3 feet at
okay.
most.
Hmm.
A lot of times right on the surface, so yeah. And it was warm out,
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not too sure that I would actually call that diving, but yeah, go on. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
A belly flop is a dive. Come on.
That's what you call shallow diving.
Snorkeling.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Lance,
took a GoPro with a
did you
case
use a
down.
snorkel when you were down there? Lance,
Say that again?
did you use a snorkel?
No, in fact, I was sitting on top, it was basically, I was sitting in the water and I just dropped it. My daughter was using the snorkel at the time.
Yeah, I took my GoPro with the case. That would have been a Hero 4 down to Pensacola. I didn't have any fogging issues with it at all. Of course, the newer GoPros are waterproof up to some, I don't know what depth, but so just being on top of the water and not going down deep, you can just go out with them.
I guess the sprays that you can get for like motorcycle visors and diving masks and skiing masks and stuff for anti-fogging would be okay.
I would think that might work.
So I lost the little fog packets when thinking I never was going to ever have to use them with the dive case that I have for my Insta360. So I ordered these last night for $4, and I'm hoping that they work.
Hmm.
I'll just place it inside the dive case, and because in a pool it's going to be really humid.
Okay, so those are just desiccant packs, basically.
Say that again, Don.
Those are just desiccant packs. Aren't they? Or are they?
Yeah.
But they actually take time to work, so might not be that good. You might,
It really. I guess it depends on what is being used as the desiccant.
yeah, you might have to leave it underwater for about half an hour for the desiccant to work properly before you actually did any shooting. In which case, your battery would have run out by then.
No, you don't have to
three-
turn it on. Yeah, because you have controls for power on the side of the dive case. At least my Hero had the dive case I've got
Yeah,
for
it's
it.
got, yeah, it's still got buttons that allow you to what's it?
Yeah.
Because I've got one of them as well. But all I've got with GoPros is I've got 2 Hero, 3. One's a black, one's an ordinary, and a session.
I think I've got a. I think I've got a 3. I've got a. It's either a 4 or a 5 black, and the 10. Of course, the sticky there. Yeah,
And then I've got an Insta360
I have.
R1.
I have been really thinking about getting a. It's the 360. I've got the GoPro Fusion, but man, that camera is what, a decade old.
Uh-huh.
So this is the one I'm trying to make sure it doesn't fog up. But I mean, this whole, you guys see my mouse right here?
Mhm.
This whole area fogged up on me in Hawaii. You know, I was able to get a shot for about maybe 2 minutes, a video, and then it just started to fog up. So I'm going to put the strips, I think, right here and right here. I might try to wrap it here. We'll see. I might get as many in there as I can, I think, and we'll see. And the thing is, the 360 is waterproof, but boy, if you don't seal one of those compartments tight, you've toasted your camera. And I did that in Hawaii about 4 years ago with my original 360. I had to go get another one.
I thought the 360 was supposed to be waterproof.
It is.
That's what he's just saying.
Yeah.
But I don't trust it now. So I bought the dive case.
Uh-huh. I'm not sure my 360 is waterproof because it's modular. I've got the one so you can actually take the 360 lens off and put an ordinary action camera lens on it, which is just basically a cube that you attach. So it's like 2 cubes stuck on top of a battery. David must be doing his decorating that he said he was going to be doing while Laura was
David's
away.
dancing. David's probably dancing, having a break.
I'm gonna dance. Wow, wow.
Okay. And I got a couple of players tonight I have got to find. One's a wide receiver. And for some reason, every time he's caught the ball, it's been on the opposite side of the field with about 80 people in between. Yeah. I'm all set.
I've had a file in my trash I have not been able to delete for months. I just finally became just I accepted it. But this last update finally went through and said, okay, you can delete those files.
Mhm.
I even tried to open up the terminal and go in that route, but I just now look, it's like, oh, emptied without yelling at me.
Don, Joe, when's the last time you've seen one of these? 10.
Oh, Lord. Metal? A long time. Yeah,
I
it's a
asked my kids what
long time.
they were like, you hide your dope in there.
You can hide your pot in there, man.
Put your
I,
marijuana.
I used to have so many of the plastic ones. I used to have those were so handy.
The
Yeah.
black with the gray tops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I can still still got the smell of opening that case. I can still get some. My son is shooting film now, so he's buying film, and he's developing the negatives down here in the basement. He hasn't got himself a copy stand to build an actual darkroom yet.
Black and white.
I missed the darkroom time.
Yeah,
That
he's
was
doing
fun.
black and white.
It's too hard to regulate the temperatures with color. Costs you too much money.
It'll be a hobby until he's bored with it, but yeah, you showed that it's like.
Does anyone belong to Sam's?
Smell the darkroom developer.
Yeah, it belongs, man.
Do they develop film still? Or, I mean, not film, but do they still print?
No, not at the stores.
Costco, I hated when they got rid of that. And then it was online only, and then they got rid of that. And it's like,
Now
really?
they still do it online,
We,
but when
we
you go,
still
when
have,
you click on it, it goes to a different place.
See, I used to be able to get a 20 by 30 print, huge, for $9.99, you know, and then plus 10% tax, so $11,
Right.
and walk out of the store with it.
Walmart still doing digital prints.
Now, and then they went online only, and it would cost me about, for shipping, it would cost me about $20 or so total for that same print, so double. And then they took it away completely. So if I go look for a 20 by 30 now, it's going to cost me about $30 at a like a Impex or a White House or another.
Well,
Ridiculous.
how soon do you need it? That's the question.
Well, most of the time I don't need it right away. I
Look at the
create
pricing.
something and I say, I want to print this in, 20 by 30.
Let me look and see what the pricing is on that.
Like, I'm going to show you guys this here. So this here is a 24 by 36, and I got it at Costco, and it was like $12 or something. But you can't. This is going to cost me an arm and a leg to do again if I wanted to.
Now, what did you say? A 20 by what?
20 by 30,
How much it cost? You said?
$9.99.
Oh, keep buying it there. Because if I get a 24 by 36 through School Prints, it's $33.
I can't. Costco doesn't print it anymore, dude. Write them. Tell them. Just say, you know who I am, and they'll start that right back up.
No, this is National School Prints.
I'm Joe T, and you better get that print
That'll work.
fired back up.
Yeah, because if
And
I do
they'll
a
do that
16 by
lickety split.
20, it's $12.50. If I do a 24 by 36, it's $33.
How much is it? 20 by 30?
They don't have a 20 by 30. They got 24 by 36.
Okay.
And that's $33.60.
Yeah. See what I mean? You should be able to get it at Costco for $9.99. Not that one. The 20 by 30.
You get in a 30 by 40 is the biggest they make.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big difference. $4.55 for 11 by 14. A 16 by 20 is $12.50. That's
Well,
a big jump.
just get a negative adapter for your camera and take a digital photograph of the negative. And then invert it.
And that's the cheap site, School Prints, because they give me an 8 by 10 sheet for $1.34. That's what I do all my prints through. That's a part of Nation's Photo Lab. See what Nation's has. Nation's gonna be more expensive.
I've got one for doing slides. That's something you don't see much anymore now.
Slides.
Slide films, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I would have never taken slides. Years ago, that's all I did was slides.
Yeah, my son just bought a pretty decent slide/negative scanner.
Yeah, 20 by 30 is $40.50 through Nation's Photo Lab.
Like I said, he's shooting and developing his own negatives, and he's like, I don't want to go through the hassle of printing. He just wants some digital, so he's now scanning his negatives.
Find out what Sam's Club.
Does the scanner automatically invert the negatives into positives?
Well, guess what? Sam's photo's down. When you
Oh,
type
no.
on Sam's photo, it says thank you for your continued loyalty to Sam's Club Photo. The site is currently unavailable. We're making enhancements to the site experience. These updates will provide a better, more seamless checkout, and we anticipate the site to be fully operational in time for the holiday season.
It
I'm
probably
glad I don't
does
eat shit from
do
that.
the automatic conversion because he's got it also has the infrared scanner or the infrared to go through and get the dust and scratches and then automatically pull those.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Costco has photos still, but not in the store. Let me see what theirs is. Nope, they go through Shutterfly.
Yeah, Costco doesn't do it anymore. They farm them out.
Shutterfly is expensive. Look at that. Fox 8's doing the video with a drone on Canal Street, and they're flying right over all the cars. I know they don't have a waiver. You know what I mean? And I'm not a stickler about all that.
Mm-hmm.
But they need to be told something too.
Yeah. Last thing the government need is any more ammunition.
We had, it's on Pilot Institute this morning. I don't remember where it was, but they had a little girl missing. They used a drone with thermal. Guarantee it was DJI. I'm trying to find out if I can find a site that says it was a DJI drone. I'm gonna send it to all the all the senators. I'll say, this is what y'all about to stop. That little girl may never have been found.
And don't forget to say, and do you know who I am?
Hey, I voted the other day, and Steve Scalise that lied to me, I voted for somebody else. Just because he
I'm
lied to
hoping
me.
we get our ballots here in the next couple of weeks. My daughter is coming home, and she wants to vote before she goes back to California. So, hoping we get those
I'll tell you
ballots.
what they told me at the post office. I went to the post office and gave it to the guy. And I said, "Here, go ahead and figure out what the postage is on it." I said I was going to put just a forever stamp on it, but I know if it's enough because it's a big envelope, you know. He looked at me and he says, "Well, let me tell you a little secret. I'm not going to say this too loud. If you put a penny stamp on it, we have to deliver it and we can't charge anything else because it's a government ballot. If you put it in the box without a stamp on it, we can't do anything but give it to them and we can't charge anybody anything because it's a federal mandate that if we see it as a ballot, it's got to be delivered no matter what." So I said, so in other words, the 75 cents I'm paying today, I could have avoided by just throwing it in the box. He said, yeah, but I didn't say that.
Well, there goes the cup of coffee.
Our
Oops, I mean,
folks are
who can get coffee for 75 cents?
Well, I'm telling you.
Our
Nobody.
postal votes have always got a free postage label on them.
We got a free postage coming here, but we don't not going back. But he told me, he said, even if you don't put a cent on there, if it's in our box, we have to consider it as a ballot, federal election ballot or an election ballot. It has to be delivered, and we can't put postage due on it. He said it's a federal mandate. He said, but I didn't tell you that. And he said, and I'll be right back. He said, I'll go put it in the bin. He said, we have a special bag in the back. All of these go in. He said, because every day they pick them up. They come, we pick up, we get them down there every day. Everything that comes in today will be there today. He said, we have to send a special driver to go drop them off. So mine's at the clerk of court. So T-minus 16 minutes.
What?
The only thing is she's gonna come in and she's gonna say, "Oh, well, Mama, well, Gigi." I say, "No, let's play a song."
You said that T-minus 60 minutes. I'm like, was there lunch today? I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
there's gonna be a launch in 16 minutes. Johnny called me up last night. He said, "You want to go fly tomorrow?" I told him, I said, "Can't." He said, "What are we gonna do next? I want to fly next week." I said, "Well, right now I got the girl 5 days." He said, "Oh man." I said, "Yeah, I know. Cramping my style."
Take her with you. She can be your VLOS.
Yeah, that might be it. I'm gonna have to tell Justin, come on over and put the freaking seat in my car.
Hell, we
I'll
didn't
take her with
use seatbelts when we were kids. Just put her in the back. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I got a, I've got a little crate in the back I could stick her in. Tell her, lay down, be quiet, lay down right here. I don't know I see you.
Yeah, one of the dog crates.
I didn't think about that. I got a
Yeah, when we were real little, we'd ride in the window over the back seat.
Yeah.
And in the bed of a truck. We did that.
Oh, I
all
rode in the bed of a truck until, well, heck, I still would if it was just across the way if we weren't going too far.
Yep.
And I wonder if that's illegal. I bet it is because you're not in a seatbelt. That'd be an interesting question.
It's illegal in the UK.
Probably
Those
is.
were the days.
Yeah, it probably is.
But it not in the Seychelles. You can have as many people in the pickup bed as you want.
We had a girl in high school. One of the dance team members at Riverdale High School. We were all at a party, and she jumps in the back of the pickup truck, and she's sitting on the edge, and the guy starts to back up. She rolls out the pickup truck, hits the floor, rolls over. He didn't know it. Started driving, rolled over her twice, over her leg twice. Hit the leg with 2 wheels, like this. I said, "What was that?" I said, "You just run over somebody." We didn't even know what she felt. Went out there. She stands up, started cursing him out. She didn't even have a bruise on her. It rolled over her thigh. Both wheels rolled over her thigh. And she come up yelling, screaming at him. "You didn't see me?"
Jeez, she's
We
lucky.
thought she was like, we thought something broke at least, but she was fine. She didn't even have a bruise.
Or that'd be straight to hospital to check for internal damage.
And she was fine. It had to be something to do with the fact that she was a dance team member and was muscular, you know. Had to be something to do with it. No, birds in the back. God darn. A lot of geese went flying by you there, Paul.
Yeah. They're migrating or they're moving
They were
around.
migrating across that screen.
They're doing a lot of construction up on the bridge, and so normally the bridge is the favorite place for them to hang, you know.
Yep.
And so now with all the construction going on around the supports and around the bridges, the two
Louis gone.
twin
Go see.
bridges, the geese don't know
Where's
what the
Ray?
hell to think, and then they go over and they get into
Sorry.
the grass down below the bridge. But they're working there today, and they got all kinds of heavy equipment moving around, forklifts and all kinds of stuff. So they pretty much feel like they're left out.
Well, there's something you could do, Joe. Instead of sheep, get geese. Geese are grazers, and you'll end up with eggs.
And end up with geese too.
And geese.
That's shoot one every once in a while.
Well, if they're your goose, you don't have to shoot them. You just have to go and get them.
Bring the neck.
Oh Lord help me. This is gonna be good. Where's it go? Breaking news. P. Diddy, the guy that's facing like 80 life sentences right now. All the crap he was doing with trafficking and everything, human trafficking and all the freakouts that he was doing and all the forcing he was all the porn he was creating and everything. P. Diddy.
The
They
rapper?
said, yeah, he's not ever coming out of jail.
No, and they
They
sent him to
arrested
the
him the other
worst
day.
jail in the world too.
Yeah, they said breaking news. Reportedly, he has damaging footage of Michelle and Barack Obama.
What is this?
They said he has some damaging footage. That he kept damaging footage because they're going through all. They said they've got people that are executives in all these different record companies that are resigning right now and leaving, you know, because he's got names. They're saying this is going to be an Epstein thing.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah,
So he got his dialysis done.
Thursday this morning.
they had last night on Gutfeld. They were
I
talking.
heard something about it. I didn't know it was this serious.
Oh yeah, ready for this? Last night on Gutfeld, they said that when they raided his place, he had like 500 bottles of baby oil and
That's not a big deal.
700. Here you go. My disclaimer needs to be up. 749 adult toys. Let's put it like that. I'll say it that way.
Start his dune buggy.
Yeah, it definitely needs a game of Quidditch, that place.
So he's Tyrus said, well, he's in the right jail to get what he's been giving out. It was a Mavic 3 Pro. Pro doesn't have thermal. Must have been the Mavic 3 thermal.
I thought my neighbor was trying to start up his dune buggy and that he's having issues because I kept on hearing blah, 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 blah. And it was the trash truck down the street shaking the cans as it'd lift them up and shake them. It's like, da, 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 da.
I have to go find this. Go find out where it was.
Oh, that's
Hey,
my
Joe, the
will.
doorbell's about to ring.
Let's go over here.
The hell?
Keep working to clean this garage up, and it's like I move the mess from one place over to another place, then move it back and forth, and each time I just kind of get rid of a few more things. And then there's things that I have that I can't get rid of, even though I really have no use.
Oh, all the people. TJ, Michael, Randy, Dre.
What's that?
Mavic 3 thermal is what they used to find this missing girl.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be writing me some shit to some senators. For your information concerning
but-
House Bill,
They'll just write back to say, yeah, but this is one of the drones that we're still allowing you to use now.
Yes,
Doesn't
certainly we can
matter.
see your concern, but with the absence of that drone, an American company will be able to fill that void. Trust us, our bill will create American jobs.
Well, considering that quite a substantial amount of the Skydio drone is Chinese.
Don't bring up facts. No. I need to keep both. And I've got
Yeah,
a bunch
that's
of
right,
O-rings
Dre.
here and a shim. I don't know where that shim went.
How you doing, Dre?
Dre,
Oh, I know where the shim went. Because there's that spring. These are all wheel bearing parts.
Parts are parts.
Yeah, but those are bad parts. Except for the shim. I can probably reuse the shim.
Hey, Joe, I hear the kid coming up the stairs.
might be too.
Oh, dog's barking. There must be someone at the door.
No, they hearing people downstairs. It's all right. I got the door locked.
And the lights turned off.
Nobody's sneaking in on him.
I hear you knocking, but you can't come in.
I ain't knocking, but you can't come in. I ain't knocking, but you can't come in.
Hey, Joe, I gotta run to the bank. You want to keep it going or? Up to
Like I
you.
said, I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to keep it going.
Well, it's probably going to be 20 minutes or 30 minutes. I'll be gone.
Well, leave it on. We'll sit here.
Okay.
Somebody over here.
Yeah, it's only 4 o'clock.
I really need to get
You need to
A
get
giant-
all right.
a giant organization box. I got so many bolts and screws I could probably start my own shop. A bunch of them I've just ended up throwing in bags, and they're just in random bags. I've got a couple of these, but they don't really hold enough.
When I was walking to the shop before, there's a guy that lives on the other side of Water Lane. He's got a 1993 Toyota Supra, and he was changing his timing belt. He said, and it wouldn't have been too bad, but one of the bolts sheared on the timing belt case, and then one of the bolts sheared on the radiator mounts.
I have an extra klaxon. I replaced the klaxon on this buggy before realizing it wasn't the button or the klaxon. It was some of the wiring in between.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking I might find a place and hook up the second one so I can have that much more of a loud. Oh yeah!
Well, yeah, that's it. Have a dual tone. Yeah.
Well, these don't really do a tone as much as because it's a klaxon. It's just a rattler inside of a horn. I guess they've got some sort of tone, but it just does a oh yeah.
Yeah, I've got one. Looks actually quite similar to that.
I can't see getting rid of it if it worked. I don't think I'm gonna hook it up. That means I just have to run because I probably wouldn't want to run both of them through the switch. So I'd have to set up a relay. Seems like more work than it's worth. I went and got gas the other day, and a guy stopped me, just like, "Hey, I love the car," and he was drunk, and he was in the car with his sister. She had driven him up to the gas station because he was too drunk to drive, but he made her get out. He wanted to take a picture standing in front of it. I had the keys in my pocket getting gas. I'm like, if you can sit in the driver's seat if you want. And so he hops in the driver's seat, and you don't mind? No, if you drive a vehicle like this, you kind of expect people want to talk to you about it or take a picture.
Yeah.
But after I was pulling away, I go, because he kept on talking about, I pulled up and he goes, "You got a V8 in there?" I'm like, "No, it's a 4-cylinder Volkswagen engine. It's just loud." And I went to pull away and I go, "Oh, I forgot. I should have had you honk the horn and hit that Ooga horn." And his face lit up like a little kid. Of course, he was drunk.
Yeah.
I don't know what half this shit is.
Yeah, childhood is just a rehearsal for when you're drunk.
Oh yeah, I had I did that Ooga horn at some kids up by the skating rink the other day. I was driving by there and school had let out and they did one of these numbers, wanting me to honk the horn. And I guess they were doing it to all the cars and I, Ooga. And they looked like, because they're used to honk, honk.
Yeah.
I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Oh, there it is. I was like, I just had the toolbox out. Where did it go?
Loki, I'm gonna knock you out.
Oh, where are all of those clips? I hope I didn't throw those away. Oh no, they're there. I threw away a bunch of them. I should have saved all of those, but that'll be enough. I've got a bunch of little tubes of assorted stuff, like anti-seize and stuff like that. And it's like it's just laying around. I was sitting there thinking, I need a box or something to put them in. But I have a bunch of these little paper clip things here. Put them on that and hang them up.
Yeah.
If I had a bunch of small ones that I wish I still had, I think I got rid of them. I just have these big ones.
Oh,
But
you mean bulldog clips?
I don't know. Is that what those are called?
Two metal pieces with a circular sprung steel.
Yep, it's a sprung steel with a
Yeah,
couple of
but
clips that
you squeeze the handles together and the ends
yeah,
up.
they're like for binding like larger
Yeah, bulldog
paper.
clips, call them. Yeah.
I don't know what we call them. I just know that that's a great use for them. Is getting because I've got so many anti-seize and guttering caulk, RTV. Shoe repair glue. You know you can't come in. Dang it. That song's gonna be stuck in my head all day. Yeah. And I have a clip strip here somewhere. I bet those would go on. Perfect. Just like that. That. That gutter cock feels crusty. So it's going away. Sad weather strip. Why do I have 4 boxes of antique upholstery nails?
Hey, Donald, the St. Tammany Parish Animal Shelter came out with a thing about like Monday, saying that there was 50 animals over their max, and that it was starting to cause harm to the animals. They needed people to please adopt, before they said they'd have to start euthanizing like that. Since Monday, they've had 75 adoptions.
How many of those were Haitians?
I don't know. But all I know is,
that
hey,
was
y'all heard
sick.
that, right? They got room for y'all over there now.
I'm sorry, it was a cheap joke. I had to go there.
Well, I'll just let my dogs know they got room over there now for them. I said that, and Logan come over here and got next to me and got up on him. Please don't
mean
send me
that.
that. You
You
want me to
just
send you
joke.
to the pound? Please don't do it. Give me that ball. Where's your ball? Hit the ball. Keep that ball.
I know you're just joking. You just joking.
This dog will play with a ball 24 hours a day to bring it to me to throw. Not that he wants to play. He says, I know you want to play. I don't want to play with it, but I know you want to play with it. So yeah.
Oh, that's another thing I've got to do today is get out and clean up the shed to put the stairs from the pool into the shed. So many just random pieces of crap in here. Nice, Jane. Who'd have thought to make it there where you needed? Yeah, he's my life. We got him on the spot. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back. That same old place that you laughed about. For the memories that all change.
What the heck is? Oh, that's a stripped head remover. Do I have any others? Where would they be? There's that one. Uh-huh.
They're no use to me.
That's a definite keep.
Okay, Joe, they're late.
That's a good thing.
Half of a compression fitting. That can just go bye-bye. I don't know what that was. That cap. I think a lot of this I'm just gonna throw away because it's just laying here and I don't know
I'm back
why.
like a bad penny.
It's hard to throw things away though, because you know that next week you'll find a reason that you needed to keep it.
Yep.
Well, that's the way that I grew up in the world. Was my parents were the same way. You don't throw anything away because if it's good, because you never know when you're going to need it.
Mm-hmm.
And now I've got a whole house full of stuff you never know.
Yeah.
You don't even know what you got.
That's
Thank you,
exactly
Paul.
it.
That's all the inspiration I needed to go ahead and just throw this shit away.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a burr. That's supposed to go in my Dremel kit. I've got several little baggies of machine screws that I guarantee were to put something together that we ended up not needing.
Well, you know, I've got over on my high top desk over there, I've got these little brass, what do you call them? Hinges like you put on things.
Yeah,
I got like 3 or 4 sets of them sitting over there. I don't know what the hell they're for. I bought them for some reason. Just old man stupidity, I guess. You don't suffer from that yet, Joe, do you?
No.
Atta boy.
I just put stuff places and forget I put them there.
Is the baby there yet?
Shh. So, any minute. I haven't got any word. Dad could have stayed home, but I haven't got any word.
Yeah, because it's 10:20. You want me to find
Oh.
out for you?
No, but don't want you to talk about
I
it.
would do that for you because you know you always take care of me too.
okay, I've got a little baggie that has a 6 millimeter acorn nut that's open, but the nut is still in there. So was it bought and realized, oh, we didn't need that, we needed something else? I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
I'm gonna throw it away. No one knows it's there
In 20.
except for me. I just found it. I discovered it.
Damn.
Don, you need a light bulb.
What?
Need a light bulb for.
You need a light bulb for that light up there. Look up on the ceiling. Look behind you.
I don't. Is that a smoke detector or is that a light bulb?
Oh, yeah, that's a light bulb. Why
Okay.
don't I have a light in there? I've got a light on the other side.
Yeah.
Why don't I have a light in there? I could use a light over here.
Yeah.
You're right. I have my shop light right here, but
You're welcome.
Lance is just keeping an eye on you, Donald.
hold there. It may be that it was a bad socket. You know what? I was going to climb on this little stool. But instead, I've got a ladder and I can do it safe. All right, let's see if I get a good idea. Wow. Well, the outlet works, and Yeah, I like having light over here. Thanks, Lance. That's a great suggestion. It had to have burnt out a while back, and I didn't have a replacement.
The squirrels and the
ignored
chipmunks
it.
are gonna eat me out of house and home.
We keep
Stop.
telling you that.
Well, I just spent another $150 on peanuts.
Stop feeding them.
Well, they're my family,
No, they're squirrels.
but they're my family.
No,
I don't
They're
have any family
They're
other than
varmints.
my squirrels and my chipmunks. And it's fun to watch a chipmunk take peanut this size, a little dinky mouth, stick one in each cheek, one in the back of his throat, and put one in his mouth and run off.
The varmints.
Then it's a
And
greedy
she just
chipmunk.
said they're on her way.
What's that? They're on their
Baby's
way?
on her
All
way.
right. Good for you, Joe. Everybody tell Joe that's great that he's watching his granddaughter.
that's awesome that you're watching your granddaughter. It's very, very good of you.
Yes. Mark said the same thing.
Yeah, it depends on what he's watching or doing, but yeah.
Yeah, don't listen to Joe when he said that he was going to put her on a leash out in the backyard. No.
No, I got a dog cage over here.
A dog cage.
Yeah, you don't put them on a leash. Get a longer chain so they can run.
Well, she can't run that well, can she?
That little girl is faster than me.
Gotta
Really?
go grab some coffee, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay, Lance.
Put her on a,
Yeah,
a
she don't
short
stop.
lead with a cable, and that way she can run the length of the yard and back. And
We let Precious off the leash on the beach yesterday and she didn't run off anywhere. She just trotted along behind us all the time.
I mean, that was the happiest my Archie ever was when we went out somewhere in the woods or something. I could let him off the leash, and he'd be off the leash and everything in the backyard, but going out somewhere and getting to explore off the
Yeah.
leash, oh,
He liked that. He was sniffing, huh?
that made his world. He was such a big boy.
Now, how long's he been gone?
6 years,
6 years.
I think.
Well, I think you're doing real well because you didn't replace him.
I can't replace him.
No, but there's got to be a spot in your heart that's empty right now that you could
Oh.
fill.
Oh yeah, I like meeting other people's dogs and petting other people's dogs and stuff like that, but nah. He ruined me for having another dog.
That's like Tina. I couldn't replace Tina.
And I say that, but you know, someday there may be another dog come into my life that just happens to
Well,
need
you
me,
know,
and
when
then
you,
I'll,
when you find that perfect match, a dog that needs you as much as you need them, then that's a good thing.
Yeah, after my last cat died, I didn't think I wanted to get another cat to replace it, but Ripley decided that I did. And moved in.
So Paul, I went to the Winn-Dixie last night,
Yeah.
and I was going to get some chicken, and they had the stuff off the bar marked down. I got 30 wings and a big thing of baked macaroni for $10.
Oh, wow. That should be a regular stop at closing time at Winn-Dixie.
It's out the way, you know. I was out right there. I was down the street. I was school. So I stopped there. I went to get the chicken. I looked over, and it was 30 wings. The one I wish they would have had more of was a hot honey wing, where it was glazed with like a light buffalo with the honey.
Yeah.
Oh, those were so good. But each one of them had 10 in there for $2.88. So I got 3 things of wings and 1 thing of baked macaroni. There were 2 other ones, but they looked like they were dried out. They would have had the 2 more of the honey ones. I'd have had all of those. I got wings for the night now. And they must have just took them off the line because they didn't even seem like they were drying out.
Yeah, it used to be fine when they're marking down the stuff, the rotisserie chickens at Walmart, because they get old, they get dried out if they're not sold.
Yeah.
And if you can get them, it doesn't matter if they're dried out. If you're using them, stripping them down and putting them in like a chicken noodle soup.
Right. Went there one night and it was a Creole gumbo. That was like a shrimp gumbo. And I looked at it and I couldn't tell what it was. It almost looked like it was collard greens. Because it had green in it.
Uh-huh.
I was trying to figure it out. And I asked the guy, I said, y'all got to tell me what this is because they never labeled. And he looked at it and he went, I think that's the gumbo. Like that. He said, it's all settling because it's in there, you know? And I looked at it and I said, well, I've got to find out what it is. I'm open it. I opened it and smelled, and I could smell like gumbo. Shoot up. It was actually a shrimp Creole. That's what it was. But I went ahead and bought 2 of them. Lord, it was like $2 for each one. It had enough that I could eat technically 4 days off of it. That's how much was in it.
Wow.
And that was better than my sister's restaurant.
Now is what you bought, is that, do they have that there all the time? Is that
No, I've never seen it again.
okay?
I'm going there on Fridays because it was a Friday. I went there on Fridays just to look, see if they had it. I was going to buy it anyway. And they asked them about it. They said, yeah, that's sometimes we do it. I think it's not the traditional type of Creole. It's not the red one, but like the orange you see all the time. But it had more seasoning in it, and it just had a whole different taste. And it was full of shrimp. I mean, full of shrimp. Every bite had shrimp in it. I think what happened, I think it was the bottom of the pot.
So it was the thick part.
Yeah, everything settled, you know. Maybe they stopped doing it because they weren't selling it, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
They figured it was just throwing it away every night, so they didn't stop it. But I tell you what, that made my day.
Oh, bet.
I came home and I did the pictures for the paper, had everything loaded in. I took a bite of it and I went, oh, geez. Oh, 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 oh. You're gonna scratch me up.
Oh, they paw you? Well, that's how they get your attention. Now, Mark, does your pupper dog do that? Does he scratch your leg when he wants you, or?
No, not my leg, but she scratches my arms sometimes.
What Mia does is I'm sitting here, she'll come over and right next to me, and she takes her paw and goes like this on my leg.
Mm.
Or even out in the car. If I'm driving, everything's fine. But if I'm sitting waiting for a ship she's like pawing my arm, like, hey, 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 pay attention to me. Hey, Jody, how's it going?
How many of these lighters do I need?
Ha ha! There she is.
Gonna wait? Young kid, little kid. Wait.
Hello.
Nice.
What's she
Give me
pointing
five.
at?
Miss Queenie. Oh. Take a puff. Yeah, she's in a better mood today.
Terminal cleaner.
Oh, here we go like this. Yeah, everybody see you? Did you? She's blowing everybody a kiss. God. They want us here. Thank you, Papa.
Who's that, Cleo?
Hey, Papa. Yeah.
They love it when she's there, huh?
My wheel tool goes over to the lucky side.
Yeah, she's standing there and they're running up and licking on her hand. You love it? Logan's got the ball on. Want to throw it? Look at Cleo.
Quality beads.
Give him no. It was funny. Loki ran up there and bogged at it. She went, I'm sorry. And she went, I'm sorry. Then she pointed her finger, no. Oh, to be sorry. He's trying to say hello to you. Look. He wants you to throw the
Needs to
ball.
make up her mind. Is she sorry or is it no?
Yeah, they all excited. All of them sitting in front of her looking at her. Cleo's got to run over there and lick on her hand one. I think they like the fact that they get face to face with her, you know? He's trying to give you kisses. Can I hold you? No? You okay? Where's your worm? Take it. Yeah, she's in a better mood today. Good. Hope she stays like this. Yeah, I hope she stays like this. Get the ball, throw it. If she throws the ball, he goes and grabs it and she claps her hands. Oh, I was at my doctor's yesterday and the receptionist on the way out, she had peeps on the desk, the little ghost peeps,
Mm-hmm.
and it was for people to take. And she said, go ahead, take one. She said, let me tell you She said, "Let me tell you what my nephew does with the peeps." And I said, "That's scary." Like that. She goes, he gets the peep ducks, and he puts in the duck a toothpick in each duck. Then he puts them next to each other where they're barely touching each other, and puts them in a microwave and turns the microwave on. He said they start bouncing around, and all of a sudden one will fall into the other one and stab the other one, and he calls it peeps jousting. I think that's hilarious. He said it'll look like they're fighting, and all of a sudden one will stab the other one. He said they taste pretty good because they're melted a little bit. You hungry? You want to cook? No? You need milk? I got milk up there. You need milk? See, you got one of them oranges. You see, you got an orange. No. Right there. Yeah. Yeah, she wanted the milk. I have a couple of little things of Smarties, little candies. But there's nowhere in hell I'm giving her those. They're ready fast enough. I'm giving any more sugar. Sugar.
Yeah, that's the little kid.
Little Smarties. These right here.
Yeah.
Bad part about those is you can't eat just one.
Well, that's the hook they got in them.
Yeah, I bought a bag of them. I found a small bag with about 12 packs in it. And I figured, well, I could eat 1 or 2 packs a day. Last me about a week. That was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By 9 o'clock, I'd eaten all of them. Went back to get another pack. They didn't have any. I said, thank you, Lord.
Well, I think I just got a good deal then. A 1.5 terabyte Seagate external drive, complete with power supply, brand new, still sealed in the box, but a couple of years old, for £30.
Let's see. Let's put something on for you.
Including postage.
What'd you buy?
1.5 gigabyte Seagate external drive, brand new in the box, still sealed, although a couple of years old.
I guess you could use it for something.
£27.29 plus £3.71 postage, so £31. Because the computer I just picked up has got a 500 gigabyte SSD in it, and it has another SATA, but it's attached to a CD-ROM, so you'd have to take the CD-ROM out to be able to put another hard drive internally. So I thought, well, might as well just get an external one.
Want to see that? Like that shit? And she watches Disney Plus over at the house all the time.
Yeah.
So she stuck Disney Plus up there. She looked at me and started smiling. And she said she's got a call at 1 o'clock. They're moving the office. Says she should be back by about 2 at the latest. That still gives me a couple hours before I have to be at the game. Give me 2 hours to go to sleep with the boy.
Up.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, Mark, what were you saying about that drive? I kind of caught part of that, and then I shut my phone off.
Oh, I just got a Seagate 1.5 terabyte external expansion drive, still in its box, still sealed,
How much
never
did you get?
used, with the power supply for £31.
Oh, that's not bad.
Mm.
It's usually 1 terabyte of memory will run you about $40 to $60, depending on the brand.
Yeah. Well, look, the computer I got yesterday has got a 500 gigabyte SSD in it, and it has a CD-ROM rewriter in it. So the guy said there's actually no room inside it to fit another hard drive inside. So I thought, well, I might as well get an external one then at that, rather than mess about.
I got 4.5 terabytes on my computer, and 2 of them are externals.
Oh.
The other 2.5 terabytes are internal.
Mm. Well, this isn't. It's a 3.5-inch drive actually in a box with a power supply, so it's got its own mains
I
supply
actually
to it.
do have a third drive in there. It's 500 gigs. I just never plugged
Yeah.
it in. But I do have a third one in there. So technically, I'd have 3 terabytes on board.
In fact, I can get a Seagate expansion drive 2 terabyte black for £49.
I actually have an empty M.2 slot on my motherboard that has nothing in it. So if I wanted to, I could get like a 2 terabyte app in there, and then I'd end up with like 5 or 6 terabytes without the external hard drive.
Mm. Well, it's got four USB sockets on the back of it and 2 Thunderbolts as well.
I'll just wait until a good deal comes along on a like a 1 or 2 terabyte.
And a FireWire. It's got a FireWire socket.
I actually want, as soon as I can get a good deal on like a 2 terabyte, I'm gonna snag one up.
Loki balked and she stuck that finger out. No. Yeah, she her own little person there, boy. She spotted the honey graham crackers. She goes,
Who did?
He's got the grandbaby
granddaughter.
today.
Yeah. Anybody
Yeah, I got it for a
heard
couple
from
hours.
anybody heard from Laura or David?
No,
No, nothing yet.
No.
Laura's in Scotland, right?
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
she,
David's
she,
caught in.
I've
she
seen
went
pictures of.
yesterday morning. She'll have got there sort of like mid to late afternoon, probably. It's quite a way.
I've seen pictures of where she goes to, and it's like, honestly, it's kind of like an RV park here, but with actual mobile homes, Joe. Is what like that's what they call caravan. Or
Yeah,
isn't
it's a
that what y'all
caravan
call?
site.
Right. But like over here, if you went camping, what she was calling camping, you'd be either in an RV park or an actual campsite.
Yeah.
Mm.
You wouldn't have a bunch of like what we call mobile homes over here, which people use as
We,
actual
yeah,
houses.
we call caravans. You call camping trailers. Mobile
Now, when you
home
go
is
to-
something that has a is more like an RV. It's got the engine and the the cab at the front of it, whereas a caravan is towed behind a car. But they do have some, or most caravan sites will have massive caravans that you can't actually tow behind anything. They're just classed as a caravan because they're on a chassis and wheels. Usually
but
they
the-
have usually
that's
they
the
have
one-
to be taken on the back of a
This way.
wagon to the place.
Yeah, that's the
Sit
ones
there.
that Laura stays in, which we would actually call an actual mobile home over here. And those ones are the ones that people buy, they park on a piece of property and they never
Yeah.
move them again.
Yeah.
That's it.
They go up on
We have
jets.
now when it comes to camping trailers, you have two different things over here. You got the RV, which has the engine in it and you drive it, or you have the trailer.
Yeah.
Right. But Laura stays in like a mobile home, what we would call a mobile home, because I've seen pictures
Yeah.
of it. It's definitely a mobile
Recreational
home.
It's just
vehicle,
a,
RV.
it's just
than a
we
travel
call
trailer.
them, we actually just call them static caravans because, yeah, like you said, once they're there, they never move.
It's a nice little place where she camps at. Like I said, I've seen a bunch of pictures of it. But she
It's
should have.
basically, yeah,
would
it's
assume she'd
basically
be able-
just the same as staying in a chalet.
Yeah, I would assume she'd be able to get internet and stuff up there. I don't think that'd be that big of an issue.
Quite often, sites will have internet which you can piggyback onto if you've got a booster kind of thing. But if she's within phone signal, she should be able to get 4G.
I was doing a lot of traveling shit. I'd just get me one of them Starlight mini dishes, man. Those things are cool. Those things will fit right in a backpack, no problem. They're not much bigger than it's like a school book.
Mm.
Especially if you're somebody that's doing like van life and shit, dude, that's like perfect.
You'd get a what?
One of the little Starlink mini dishes that you can carry now that are
Oh, yeah.
just, they
Yeah.
go right in your backpack.
Yep.
Pretty much you can be anywhere and just pop that bitch out, get it, and it will tell you where to set it and line it up real quick. Boom, and you're on the
Yeah.
internet.
I think that's what Ken Heron is going to be putting in his little travel,
Yeah, that's what he's got.
his teardrop. Yeah.
Mm.
Which on his channel where he did a little walk around on his membership videos, he did a walk around of it, and I just put a comment. That's a great way to put a brave face on homelessness.
That's funny as shit. Oh my god. I expect nothing else from Donald coming into somebody's chat saying some shit like that.
You found her place.
Donald
She,
is a
she
savage
jumped up
sometimes.
watching the TV on the end of that futon over there.
What's up, Jody? Dusty? Sorry, I'm just now looking at the chat because I was out making my
Hey,
birthday
Frank.
sandwiches.
Jody looking for you.
Don't fall for it, Frank. Jody's a know-it-all prick. Don't listen to
Yeah.
him.
And he was trying to sell him some waterfront property. He
Son of a
said
bitch will
it's
try
a
to.
desert right now, San Bernardino, but it will be waterfront eventually.
Actually, if any state was technically going to be threatened by rising seas, it'd be Florida more than California.
They say, as
Talk about
opposed to
earthquake.
Justin, who's just a regular prick.
Because if
Justin,
like,
I was talking about earthquakes, the big one.
oh, I always found that funny how everybody always says, oh, it's going to break off and fall in the ocean. It's not how shit works.
It'll break in half and have water in the middle.
That
You
would
know
be
how shit
actually
works.
kind
I mean, are you saying that the movie Superman lied to me?
I
Yeah.
would say it was very embellished.
Mhm.
Your entire
You
childhood
say
was a lie.
Superman lied to me, you can go to hell, sir. You can go straight to hell.
So you can go to hell and you die. No, that would actually be there's actually a piece of land in Africa where it's actually starting to crack around a huge chunk from one side of the ocean, and then it's going around in a big circle around this big chunk coming back down to the other. And they said within the next 100 years, it's going to end up breaking off completely, and you'll have an ocean going, like a inlet going through there. It's a big chunk on one side of Africa. It's not going straight across Africa. It just kind of goes inland and then makes a huge circle and then comes back out back out the same side it was coming in. I was watching a video on it a couple weeks ago. It was pretty interesting. But yeah, every year the separation where the crack's happening at is getting wider and wider.
So it was interesting. Completely different than how you told it.
Oh, for fuck's sake, here we go.
Mhm.
One day I'll get something positive out of Donald.
Yeah.
Be like, my mom died. He'd be like, she should have done better than you.
No, if you said your mom died, I'd say, well, just think about it. She's in a better place because you're not there yet.
Oh God, see? What'd I tell you? Such a dick.
How old was she? How old was she? She was 73. Well, she'd lived to 78. She ate better.
Let me ask you, would you want anything different from me?
No,
Do you want a kinder and gentler Dawn? Is that what you're asking
No.
for?
no, because then you'd just be boring.
And we already have Tim for that.
That's it. Attack a man while he's asleep.
He can't come in here and defend himself. My favorite kind of fight.
How Donald outschooled the bullies in high school and middle school, huh?
Mhm.
Went and told on them after school. Anybody
Hey,
even
Donald,
read
you
the
said Tim, but you
encyclopedia
left off
anymore?
Matt.
Dusty, everybody Googles shit nowadays.
What?
Mm.
I don't think anybody even buys encyclopedia kits anymore. They're just not.
Oh, no.
I don't think.
Why would you buy an encyclopedia? It's out of date the second you purchase.
Oh yeah.
There was a time when you used to get the encyclopedia on CD-ROM in your computer, but that was before
Can you see the name on that ship?
the search engines got so powerful.
No,
Bogdan. Bogdan.
No, Paul, your TV does not look nearly as clear to us as it does to you. Because we're
Yeah.
looking at it through a camera. So yeah, it looks blurry. It's a little bit blurry.
And
Well,
it's-
it's
Can't make out
hazy
the-
out there anyway.
It's a little overexposed because of the brightness on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you can't really make out details like writing and stuff like that. I mean, we can obviously see as clear as day there's a ship there, but we can't make out the writing on the side of it or anything. You get any ships today yet, Paul?
Just the one this morning. Early, like if I had to get up at 6 o'clock to get it.
Do what you gotta do. So what did you ever figure out anything about what you wanted to do with that controller yesterday? Joe was looking up the prices.
What do you mean?
Like, were you thinking about getting another drone or what? Are you not sure?
Not sure. I don't know what kind of drone to get. Joe keeps telling me to get the Neo, but I don't know.
You only have 3 choices with that controller. It's either the Neo Mini 4 Pro or the Air 3.
Yeah.
And maybe
Yeah.
the Air 3S when it comes out. I don't know if it'll be compatible, but
yeah, he doesn't want the smaller drones.
no, I think an Air 3 would be nice. Then he could sell one of the Air 2Ss and cover some of the costs. Because you say, how much did you find a Flymore kit yesterday? You say it was like 1,100 or something?
Yeah,
1,200?
it's about 1,100.
Yeah,
Well,
that's not bad.
that includes the what's it?
What?
That would include a remote as well. And if he's already got the remote,
Well, actually, it's as cheap as he got that one. He probably could turn around and flip it again. 'Cause I think he got a pretty damn good deal on that
Yeah, I did.
smart controller. I think didn't he only pay like 200 or something for it? 200 and something.
199, I think.
and is it the RC2?
RC2, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it
they're
has the
going
incentives.
second hand on eBay in the UK. They're going for between £250 and £300, which is more like $300 to $370.
That's not bad.
So you'll make at least
Got a delivery freight back.
$100. You make at least $100 profit if you have to sell it, I would imagine.
That's what I'm saying. If he sold that, well, if the Air 2S or the Air 3 bundle comes with it, then you sell the controller he got.
Yeah.
And then sell one of the Air 2Ss, and boom, that'd cover like probably 85% of the cost of the drone.
Yeah. I mean, I got a good deal with the one I've got because I got a guy who'd lost his drone in a lake. I got the RC2, a hard soft case, the 2 extra batteries, the charger, and all the spare props and all his ND filters except for the 32, which was on the drone when it went in the water.
I mean, I think if he likes that Air 2S so much, he'd probably fall in love with that Air 3.
It's bigger than the Air 2S, plus he's got the zoom lens on it.
And it's more,
Well, not a zoom lens, a telephoto lens.
isn't it a little bit faster than the Air 2?
Oh,
Air
yeah.
2S?
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
the
yeah.
Air 2,
And
Air-
nearly twice as much airtime.
because the Air 2S, I think the top speed is 41 miles an hour. 42, same as the Air 2.
Yeah, probably.
Because I know their top speed was the same. The
Oh,
only difference between the
Loki.
Air 2 and the Air 2S on speed was like
Oh.
on the other two modes, like when it would be descending and
Yeah,
going
Yeah,
up,
Loki.
it was the
Yeah.
Air 2S was faster.
Don't
at
you
that.
take her stuff.
yeah, it goes up.
But
Eat
as
your
far as
cookie.
sports mode, it was the same.
Yeah, I think so.
It was
I mean,
just,
they are getting better as well. I mean, the Mini 4 Pro has a top speed in
Alexa,
sports mode of
turn
just
off Christmas
over
tree.
35 miles an hour.
Okay,
Alexa, turn on Christmas tree.
okay.
I mean, even the
Well-
Mini 2s and the Mini 1s
Mhm.
were pretty quick for as small as they were.
Yeah.
I mean, they'd get up to like 30, I think. 31,
Yeah.
somewhere in there.
Yeah, like I said, the Mini 4 is 35. And I think it's 25 in normal mode, 35 in sports mode. And about 12 or 13 in cine
Trying to
mode.
get that cookie.
But I mean, I've got mine wound down, so it'll only do just over 3 miles an hour in cine mode at top speed. I thought, you know, if you want a cine mode, why do you want it to go any faster than walking pace,
Alexa.
basically?
Turn off Christmas tree.
Yeah, I think Paul would like the Air 3, though. I mean, if he's going to get one of the three
Oh, yeah.
drones, because he didn't
Alexa,
like the Mini 3, so
turn on
there's no
Christmas
point
tree.
in buying a Mini 4.
No, not really.
I don't ever see him using a Neo. He buys that, it's just going to sit on the shelf, and he'll end up
Yeah,
selling it to somebody.
That's
Later
complete waste of time for him.
Eat, eat,
Well, the Air 3 would probably
eat
be
before
good
Papa eats.
if he really wanted to get another one. But he's only
Well-
going to end up moaning the same as he did with the Mini 3, that he can't see the screen properly because it's the same brightness as the Mini 3 screen.
You eat.
I think if he just forced himself to
Pop
use it
Pop's
for a
gonna
little
try to eat
while,
it.
I think he'd get used to it.
Yeah. I mean, I put an anti-glare tempered glass protector over the screen as well, which helps.
I mean, don't take no offense from this, Mark, but if you can see it, Paul shouldn't have an issue seeing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, all right, I can see the picture on it quite well, but to read any of the data on it, then I have to use my magnifying glass and hold it close. But yeah,
Yeah, which is understandable, but you know.
yeah. Well, that's it. I spent more than enough money today.
So
I
did you
got-
get your controller back finally, or what? Your replacement?
Oh yeah, it
Okay.
arrived on Saturday. Or was it Monday? Yeah, brand new one.
Yeah,
A brand new
I-
one in a box, sealed and everything.
yeah. I have a feeling that wasn't a firmware issue. I think that was some kind of hardware issue. That's why they had you send it in. Because if it was just something they could fix with firmware, they could have just sent you out a firmware update. You know,
Well, they
especially for
couldn't
that,
because
but-
you couldn't actually activate the
Look,
damn thing
right,
to go into anywhere to get firmware updates. That was the problem.
Okay. Well, it definitely sounded more like it was a
I'm trying
hardware
to
issue.
see
'Cause
something.
something,
Yeah, but
some
it
kind of
was a known.
receiver isn't working.
It was a known issue that they had. They knew about it, and he said that there was a batch of them that had that problem.
Trying to eat your cookie.
So they just literally received it and sent a new one straight back out.
Well, at least you got a free replacement on that.
Well, that's it. Yeah. I've now got
Well, that-
two. I've got two RC2s now.
Well, and see, if companies are willing to just replace things without, then they won't get forced to do a recall. And so DJI obviously doesn't want to do that because
That's
then it
it,
makes them
yeah.
look bad. Because if enough people call and start complaining to all the, you know, consumer agencies in different countries, then they're going to end up forcing them to do a recall at some point. So
Yeah.
if they're just willing to replace the shit real quick for somebody, then they don't have to report on that, and then they don't have to do that.
Mhm.
Because honestly,
Uh-huh.
some of these drones, like that they've released, that, you know, obviously they planned on updating and giving you all the features and some of the issues they had. If any other company would have done that, they would have probably ended up getting a recall. But people were
Yeah.
willing to wait around and sit. So. Because, you know, if like a car company released a car and like half the shit on the radio didn't work, and enough people bought that car, yeah, they'd end up having to do a recall on that radio.
Yeah.
Seems like DJI, though, it seems like everybody will bitch about it, but then they'll be willing to sit around and wait months for an update.
Yep.
So
The only
in
thing
fact,
that
they
I'm
don't even
worried
have to
about
do it.
with the only thing I'd worry about with Paul with the Air 3 is how fast it descends.
You can
Can you-
alter that though. You can
Yeah, but
alter it. You can alter its
he's talking about Paul.
maximum. You can alter its maximum forward speed, yaw speed,
Yeah.
descent speed,
You can do
Well,
that with
that's
all
some-
of them, but again, he's
rising
talking about Paul.
speed.
But that's
Yeah.
something that if he ends up getting that drone, you could do like you did with him with the Air 2S, where somebody could sit with him and walk through the settings real
Yeah.
quick and have him adjust all that
Yeah.
shit. So it's like stays like that.
Because I do that with the Mavic 3. I went in there, and when I flew it the first time, I said, this is too fast the way I want it. I went in and changed all my settings.
That's it. I left sports mode the way they set it, but I changed normal and cine to the way I want it.
Yeah, the Cine, I changed it the way it's really slow.
Oh, I've changed
Not
mine.
too slow, but I want to be able, if I'm going to go cinematic and I'm going to do something with it, I don't want it to go fast.
I've set mine to walking pace. About
Well, that's
about 3.5 miles an hour. That's the
Well, that's-
maximum doing cinema on mine.
Well, and that's the thing though too, is if you want that thing, if you need to use sports mode, you don't want it to be bogged down. You want it to be as fast as it can go.
Yeah.
Because there may be a certain reason why you're popping it into sports mode. You might be trying to get away from a fucking eagle or a bird or something, you know,
Mm.
and you're gonna want that thing to be able to go as quick as it can to get away from it.
And we had another update recently. I think Marcus said he had an update. But what was it on? Was it the RC2 or was it the Pro?
There was an update a few days ago for the RC2.
I think that's because they were putting the Air 3S on it.
No, it's still only got the Neo, the Air 3, and the Mini 4 on it.
That's because, well, when Paul got that one the other day, he said it took like 45 minutes to do all the updates on it. That was probably about the same.
Yeah,
day
that's
for
good,
you.
probably.
There's been quite a
Oh, a
few
lot of
updates
updates.
recently because it had the update for the Neo,
We have a
but they've not put the Air 3S on it yet, or else it would show in the connection guide. But
Do
the Air
they,
3S has appeared on the FCC listing.
I'm kind of wondering if they're going to, if that ban goes through, are they going to allow you to get repairs on the drones? Because you know, I don't know if anybody's actually read through that entire bill. It's a pretty good sized bill.
Mm.
And you got to watch the language on it too, because, you know, they'll do it in such a legal way that some people aren't going to understand what the hell they're talking about.
I'm gonna get my Mavic 3 and see if there's an update.
Because if they really wanted to get rid of everybody's drones,
I gotta get my drone.
obviously, because they realize there's millions of them out, a couple million out there, in the market already. If they wanted to really get rid of them, they would just not allow you to repair them. And then over time, over a few years period, you know, people are going to crash them and their batteries are going to go bad. And eventually it's just, you know, sit around and you wait until they can't get nothing for them anymore. I wish we knew that ahead of time, because if that was the case, it's when you start buying up parts and you start selling them on the black market. All of a sudden, a fucking replacement leg for a drone that used to be like 45, 50 bucks is now like $200.
Yeah.
Well, it should be going to the House, or the Senate sometime here in the next couple weeks. Because I think it was about a month after it went through the House last time before the Senate got it, right? I think it was about a month.
Yeah.
So it should be anytime in the next few weeks.
Well, it's at the Senate now.
Oh, is it? Yeah, but
Yeah,
when do they
Senate-
vote on it though? Did they say or no?
Well, now it's in committees. Turn the drone on. She come over. She goes, "Look!" I put that thing in there. She'd freak out.
I mean, like,
Firmware's up to date.
like I said, my only biggest concern about y'all trying to win that argument with the politicians though is if like that was the only thing that was on the chopping block, I could see y'all winning that. There's just so
It's the
much
only
shit
thing
they're
on the
trying-
chopping block. It's severed bill now.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying there's so many Chinese products that they are pushing through and banning that it's one thing out of many, and that's where I see you guys having issues trying to stop it. Like
So
I said,
I've-
if that was the only thing that was being banned, and they hadn't banned no other Chinese shit, then I could see y'all trying to win that. But it's like they're
Yeah.
going after AliExpress and Temu and
So have they removed it from the what's it now? From
Defense
the
bill.
defense bill, yeah.
Yeah, it's separate bill.
yeah,
They've
because the
got-
Senate.
They've got a
wanted it.
lot less chance of getting that passed now then.
Well, the Senate wanted
While it was
to,
in while it was in the defense bill, it was going to get passed whether or not you wanted it to. There was no
The
doubt about
Senate
that.
may
They
hold
could-
it up. That's what we're hoping for.
But now it's got a chance of not going through.
well, see, the Senate was doing what they should do on
Put the
all
ball,
bills.
throw it.
They wanted it separated, more detailed, so they could go through it with a fine tooth comb.
Yeah.
And then decide their vote on it, which they don't always do that. A lot of times bills get stacked on top of each other and then they get voted through. So I give it to the Senate for wanting them to separate it and actually look at it on its own merit. But like I said, everything else that they've put through for a ban has all gone through so far. So that's what I'm saying. Like I'd be worried
Pick it up and throw it
because
again.
it's not
there.
like half the shit got shot down. You know, everything that's been getting banned has been making it all the way
Look.
through.
Logie,
Mhm.
show Logie. Uh-oh.
Because they did the TikTok bill on its
Go get your
own
ball.
and they didn't hesitate to pass that.
Yeah, I think that was
And to be honest, I think TikTok
Different.
would
I'll
probably
give it to you.
would
that.
be banning TikTok would be banning more money than what DJI is bringing in. I mean, you're talking about
It's not the way-
multi-billions of dollars where DJI is not bringing in, you know,
Yeah, but
10, 15 billion dollars into the US economy.
you see him?
They might be bringing in
Yeah.
a little over $1 billion. So if they're willing to ban TikTok on just because it's Chinese, I don't see why they wouldn't with that. And you got to remember too, the
Love it.
support for TikTok was a lot bigger.
No,
I mean, they had all these big ass creators coming out whining and crying all over the internet about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about
You change
hundreds
your
of
dial?
thousands of people were
you see,
supporting,
turn around.
Well, they
fighting
haven't got
against
rid
that.
of it
They-
yet, have they? It's still there.
No, but the ban went through, but they're just on a ticking time clock. They get like 18 months or something to figure out whether they're
Yeah.
going to sell it or they're just going to get banned out of the country.
Yeah.
So they have time to sit around and try to figure it out, but they also are on a ticking time clock. Why would they ban toilet paper, Dusty? It's not made in China.
Hmm?
Most household products are actually made in the US or usually European countries, like deodorants and shampoos and toilet paper. There's actually, like I said, a lot of household products are either made in the US or they're imported from the European countries.
And they're only interested in banning stuff that's electronic
Right.
or software based.
Yeah, anything that has to do with the internet or technology, communications, anything like that. But I said the only reason they don't ban American stuff that's made over there is because it's not running Chinese software on it, so they don't care. You know? At the end of the day, the hardware is ran by the software, and these companies will go through the products. I mean, they'll know what chips are in there and what's not. Not like the Chinese could really hide something in an iPhone without Apple figuring it out. I mean, well, like I said, that's why a lot of these companies are leaving. Apple's not even working in China anymore. They went to India. And then Microsoft and who was it? Microsoft and another tech company, they're all pulling out of there. They're done. They're done with China. Because Microsoft was actually doing some, I think they had a special Microsoft operating system that was made for the Chinese government. And it was like a bare bones operating system that didn't have any like of Microsoft's backdoors and shit in it. It was kind of like the agreement they had with them, but now they're leaving too. Because now China wants to design their own version of Microsoft. They don't want to rely on the US. That's the thing is China does it to us all the time. They're worse at that than we are as far as not letting us bring our products into their economy and let their population use it. They don't allow Facebook. They don't allow any of that shit. And eventually the Chinese are going to get cut off because now the VPNs aren't working with half of the websites anymore because now they can detect you're using a VPN and they won't allow you access unless you turn it off. So those are getting kind of useless. It's like ad blockers don't really work a lot anymore either. Almost every one of them you can get off of the internet now. YouTube can detect it and will immediately warn you that it's not working, that they won't let you watch it until you shut it off. And then the ones that some of the couple that I've seen that still do work, it blocks the ad, but then you just sit there and look at a blank screen for 2 minutes while you're waiting for the advertisements. You're just not seeing the advertisement. You're just looking at a blank screen. It doesn't just skip next to the next part of the video. Oh, Dusty, it's getting into gonna be getting into snowbird season here pretty soon. Then you're really gonna hate traffic.
Yeah, I've had issues with the DRM stuff. It's like comes up. You can't watch this content. It's like, but why? Oh, it's the cable. The HDMI cable is. I switch out to a different HDMI cable. Oh, it's good.
That was an issue.
Uh huh. Weird stuff.
Like I
Mm,
said, and then there's creators on YouTube still promoting VPNs as a way to watch content in other countries.
yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, go to Netflix, go to any company that has shit all over the world and try to turn your VPN on and see what it tells you. It'll immediately tell you it'll either just not work until you shut it off, or it will actually warn you that you're using a VPN.
Yeah, they
Shit
get
doesn't work anymore.
no. They get paid. They pay people big money to solve those issues.
Now, granted, there are people out there that are really, high tech with shit and will figure a workaround around it. But your average everyday person that was using a VPN to do that before, they're not going to be able to do that.
Uh huh.
I don't even use my VPN half the time anymore because it's like I said, half the sites won't work if you're using it. So and the one that was working really well, the Deep Connect, the one that Sean and David have,
Mm-hmm.
that's the one that hardwires right into your home internet system. It's not a virtual VPN. Even those I've heard recently that they're having issues working as well.
Mm. Well, the iPhone has a built-in VPN.
Google has one too. If you have
Yeah.
Google Drive, you get a free VPN through them. But the only thing is with Google's, you can't choose where you want a VPN into. It just
No.
randomly picks a Google server. So
Uh,
you literally just toggle it on. You can't even really tell it's working. You just
Yeah.
toggle it on,
yeah,
and
it's
that's it.
pretty
You
much
don't
the
get any.
same in the iPhone.
Yeah, you don't get any indication of where it's connecting to or anything else.
No, it just says your VPN is on.
I don't see no shelf cloud. I'll see in my area. What the fuck is a shelf cloud?
Guessing it's similar to a wall cloud, but more of a shelf shape.
Yeah, some of them wall clouds look wicked as shit, especially when they're coming off of the coast. Just look like a big like a big wave coming at you.
Yeah, that's a shelf cloud. If it looks like a wave,
Okay, yeah, I've seen some
because
that
a shelf
look
cloud
like
a shelf cloud comes out a little bit.
okay.
You see them like on squall lines and stuff.
Yeah, because I've seen some on the coast before when I was at the beach that looked like 1,000-foot wave coming at you. It looked
Mhm.
crazy. It looked kind of like obviously it's a cloud, but it just looks scary looking. Like it's just gonna come in and wipe everything out.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen that on the RC2. Some guys just put a picture on Facebook of his RC2, and the pin that the antenna rotates on has snapped.
Hmm.
So handle it gently, Paul.
I always handle my antennas gently.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't a euphemism.
No,
Oh, I was laughing at a meme I saw on Facebook.
yeah, my disclaimer's up.
I said it wasn't a euphemism.
So, yeah, that's art.
Oh God, TJ's posted a picture of him getting his free flu shot at the Walgreens.
Ours don't come out till next month.
But I've had a flu shot in fucking probably 10 years, and I've never had the flu.
I've never had a flu
Entire time.
shot. I didn't take the flu shot or the COVID shot.
Neither did I, neither. And you know what the fucked up shit is everybody in my house that got the COVID shot were all the ones that caught COVID. And everybody else that didn't ever get it.
Oh, I got
And even
COVID.
though
I got COVID, but it was basically a flu.
in my house, nobody that didn't get the shot ever caught it. Sarah got COVID twice and got the shot.
Give it to Tina.
I don't think COVID liked me very much. Because the amount of people I was around that had it, like I had really close contact with them, never got it. Never got sick or anything. There were some people though that just weren't affected by it. I think I was one of them. Because, you know, they say you're the most contagious the first 3 or 4 days before you show symptoms. And obviously me and Sarah were in the bed, giving each other kisses, all that stuff, before we even knew she had it. And by the time we knew she had it, she had, you know what I'm saying? Technically, I guess I should have been infected by then. Never got anything.
Looks like Art's been out fishing 4 days ago. We put a picture of him holding looks like a crucian carp from the.
It may be an old picture too.
No, it said he's second carp of the day. It says, but he put it on 4 days ago.
Okay.
Just a frozen fish from the store.
This is for the pup. Yeah.
No, you won't be able to buy one of them from a store. It's quite a nice looking crucian carp, actually.
So y'all got microchip. What?
He sat on an upside down bucket.
Carp is the nastiest fish ever. The only way to make that thing taste good is you got to make it in the patties. You got to fry it up in the patties, and you got to add about a gazillion things to it.
I'm not
and then
on
it
that.
Still tastes all soft and mushy.
We do not eat freshwater fish in the UK.
Dusty, I'm not part of any drone Facebook groups, so I wouldn't have saw it.
Well, y'all missing out. Y'all eat perch. Perch are good.
I've caught loads of perch. But carp are what the Polish people have for their Christmas dinner.
There's something wrong with them people.
Yeah, carp are bottom feeders.
They just don't taste
All
right.
fish are bottom feeders.
It doesn't. I mean, look how much people pay for lobster and shrimp, and they're like they eat the nastiest shit on the bottom of the
yeah.
People pay big money to eat them. Lobsters, crabs are probably even worse. They'll eat their own kind. But it makes for a tasty meat, I'll tell you that.
You know, lobster used to be considered peasant food.
Yep, I've heard that before. And then there's been foods that have been the opposite now. They used to be considered high class, and now it's like a readily available food that everybody gets now.
Frank wants to know if you got microchip.
There's been foods that have switched sides like that multiple times.
Well, hell, go to any barbecue joint. Barbecue was the meat cuts that were just thrown away and were basically considered worthless.
Mm-hmm.
The pork shoulder.
That was like
The ribs,
What-
get
was
rid
it
of
a-
those. We're eating steak and let all the rest of it over there, and so the poor people learned how to cook it.
Wasn't kale originally just used for decoration on plates, and then people started eating it like on a? Wasn't that what they used to put on your plate, like at Denny's and shit? You'd get the little piece of kale, and then it seemed like the last few years, a
Not
lot
I
in
of
know-
the Denny's I was in, but
I
you
know parsley was used
Was
as
it
a garnish,
parsley?
but
Yeah,
not a.
parsley.
parsley's a garnish.
No,
parsley is also most garnishes are edible.
Yeah.
Right. The
Kale's nasty.
kale kind of got really popular though, like the last 4 or 5 years,
Mhm.
Kale.
and I don't think it was
Kale
really
is-
widely.
Kale
Well,
is
it used to be
well, there's all sorts
years
of different
ago.
types of
Kale was
kale,
a
but-
garnish on the salad bars. They used to put it around in the ice.
That's what
Yeah.
I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, it was
Mm.
more of a display type vegetable, like.
I mean,
No,
it's just a leaf cabbage,
basically.
nasty cabbage.
and a lot of people don't like it because you get any of those cabbage. I mean, cabbage you get this a little bit of bitter taste, and kale has a lot of that bitter taste. But
That's what I was thinking of. I knew it was used to be used for more of a decoration type vegetable.
Yep.
and
Kale.
broccoli is a cabbage too.
Yeah, it's a
People started
brassica.
eating it.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I love broccoli.
Brassica.
Like so,
That's-
Where's Cleo?
Yeah.
Cleo.
I was
sprout.
like, I couldn't think of the
Cabbage.
word. I was like, I know it's a.
Mm.
Nice buttery,
That's for you.
or some cheese on it. Some like nacho type cheese. Really good.
Broccoli is good. Like Brussels sprouts. Like
Oh, I
broccoli.
love both. I love
Brussels
Keep
sprouts
kale.
are Brussels sprouts can get bitter. You gotta cook them right.
See, Sarah
Uh-huh.
cooks them.
Bacon?
She cuts them in half, and then she puts them in a frying pan and does a little
With
bit of
bacon grease, wrapped in
Yeah.
bacon.
And she
Yeah.
does it with
Bacon
bacon,
grease,
and
a little
some
bit of onion.
butter. And I don't know exactly what she puts
Some
all in it
garlic.
because I've never made them, but they're always delicious. I know that much.
Told you. You fry them with walnuts as well.
I have
that's
never liked the way my Brussels sprouts have turned out. I never liked them, so I was like, not a big fan of Brussels sprouts. But Steve, an in-law of ours, he's from the UK somewhere. Where's he from? But yeah, I guess UK. I mean, Brussels sprouts are a common
Yeah.
Christmas dish, and he fixed it for Christmas one night, or one Christmas, he fixed it for dinner. And it's like, I like these. I need to learn how to make those, but never figured out.
Mm.
But he made them good.
Yeah, I love Sarah's Brussels sprouts. She makes really good Brussels sprouts.
Well, my
But she does-
garbage disposal loves the Brussels sprouts too.
And then she does really good squash with onions. And her mashed potatoes are the best. They're so good. It was a recipe that her great grandmother used to make. Sarah's pretty much perfected it.
Ew.
No, he's talking about that big fucking lettuce thing. I don't think it was killed. So what? No,
No,
Paul
kale
hit it
was-
on the head because I knew kale used to be used as some kind of garnish, and Paul was right. It was around the
Mhm.
salad bars. It was kind of a decoration around the edge of the salad bars.
Yep.
But
But
the people started eating it like crazy about 5 years ago. It got real popular.
Mhm.
You started seeing a lot of people eating it.
Especially if you use the red stalked ones.
Especially the very healthy crowd used to come into Walmart and buy out. They'd buy the kale all the time. really healthy, conscious people. They'd come in and buy like kale and fucking tofu and all that nasty looking shit in the vegetarian section. Oh my god, dude, some of that shit just looks disgusting.
Well, Paul bought that salad one time from Sam's. It was a kale salad. I think he ate a spoon of one bite of it and threw it away. Because it looked good. I was going to go get it till he said it was kale.
I like greens too. Greens are good.
Mm-hmm.
Never had greens till I moved to North Carolina because they just weren't popular on the West Coast. Nobody in my family ever made them or anything growing up. And then
What's your
moved to
favorite
North
greens? You like
Carolina.
mustard greens? What do you like?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Just whatever they would make when I was in North Carolina. And then what Sarah makes sometimes, she just goes to the store and gets these big bundles of greens. I don't even know how to cook them, to be honest with you. I've
Never even
actually
had.
cooked them.
You never even had poke, have you?
No.
Salad
You
and
told me about it a bunch,
Yeah.
but no, I've never had it. That's the one you said you had to boil like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. Twice. Third time you can fry it.
last night they had collard greens also on that thing for like $1.50 for a
Wow.
big thing of collard greens cooked.
Yeah, I grew up eating that kind of stuff. So when they served spinach in grade school, I was the weirdo that would eat all my spinach, and anybody else had spinach, I'd take theirs too. I loved it.
Like, I'm not a huge spinach fan, but I can sit and eat it if it gets put on my plate.
And this was the nasty canned spinach too. Industrial canned spinach.
Industrial,
Yeah,
can-
that's nasty shit.
like government survival kind of spinach.
Oh, yeah, but I loved it. In fact, I could probably still eat it. Oh,
Well, you know what I'm going to
Government
say,
cheese
don't
is
you,
the best
Justin?
though.
Hey,
Wasn't
Justin.
government cheese just Velveeta at the end of the day?
Yeah, it makes a good grilled cheese sandwich. Stop.
You
Yeah,
know,
but wasn't it?
you know
Wasn't
what
it
I'm
just?
going to say about spinach?
Yeah, but wasn't it just Velveeta?
you gonna say something about
Yeah.
Popeye?
I never
No.
got government
No.
cheese.
No.
I was too young for that.
Dag.
I don't know if I ever had government cheese or not, but
I never seen it, but the way people described it, it's just Velveeta.
well,
Same
Like
shit.
Velveeta.
just
Nothing
like
to do.
like an American cheese, which isn't really
Mm.
technically, it's made with cheese, but added more milk with an emulsifier.
Yeah, my dad used to go get all the stuff when he retired, and he'd go in there and he'd flirt with the old women, and they'd say, "Hey, take an extra cheese." They give him 2 cheeses instead of 1.
No, spinach curry.
Mm. Yes, government cheese is a processed cheese. So yeah, it's like a Velveeta, like a processed cheese.
Like the cheese
Oh.
slices they put on burgers.
No,
But no, the cheese slices they put on burgers is more like an American cheese,
Velveeta is kind of
which technically,
I don't even know how you describe Velveeta. It's almost like the
Velveeta
texture
is
of
like several different cheeses kind of blended and mashed together into one.
block,
package.
and then people use it to make nachos and all that.
Oh
different
yeah,
things.
it's got a wonderful melt quality. American cheese has a good melt too, but it's not quite as.
Well, I know Wisconsin's supposed to be a big cheese state, but I think Monterey Jack is the most common one that anybody in the UK will have ever heard of.
Hmm?
American cheese is not a particularly big seller in the UK, I don't think.
I know we have a
Yeah,
bigger
it-
selection of cheese than they do over in Australia. Tim couldn't even get fucking what was it? Provolone. Couldn't even find provolone anywhere. He looked in so many different grocery stores over there trying to find provolone, and nobody had it.
Do you,
Like them.
Do you
They still
have
it.
like processed cheese over there?
Do we have it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically all American cheese is processed cheese.
Mm. Like I said, the stuff that they put on burgers is like it feels almost like rubber.
That's probably the processed cheese. That's the same thing as American cheese.
Yeah.
It's like been emulsified down, and then they add it, or it's been compressed and basically minced together, added milk, and then they add like an emulsifier. I don't remember what it is, emulsifier it is, but it keeps all the components from separating again.
Alls I know is if I
Yeah.
go with sliced cheese, it's got to be Kraft because it seems like every other sliced cheese,
Heat it and pasteurize
Brand,
it
it
with
just-
extra milk. Yeah.
it just tastes disgusting. Like if you buy like Walmart brand sliced cheese, it
Mhm.
just doesn't have that same taste. The Kraft just tastes good.
It probably is just a different mix of the base cheeses. They might use a different type of cheddar as their base cheese.
Yeah, I've tried quite a few off brands of sliced cheese like Kraft, and I just have never liked it. I think Kraft. That's one thing I definitely buy name brand if I go to buy it. I'm usually not picky about name brand stuff, but that one's one of the things I'm definitely picky about.
No, we can get all sorts of different types of sliced cheddars, but
Mhm.
I mean, we can also get Edam, Gouda, which are Dutch cheeses, Leerdammer, which is I think Swiss.
I think when he says he's talking about the big lettuce looking thing, I think you're thinking romaine lettuce.
That's what I was thinking too. He was thinking about was romaine lettuce.
Which romaine is a good mix in with salad. It's a little bit darker green, but it would not stand up, I don't think, as the garnish on the salad bar, like surrounding the ice and everything like that, covering up the ice.
Is that a bit like a Kos?
Like a what?
Kos. Kos.
I
don't know what that is.
The type of lettuce.
Romaine lettuce is when you want to make your BLTs look fancier.
Yeah, romaine is a little bit
Very-
sturdier
very
leaf
long-
lettuce.
Long, thinner leaf.
Yeah, long, thinner leaf. A little bit more green.
Oh, Sarah
Has a little
loves
more
goat
flavor,
cheese,
but
doesn't
it is thinner and not quite as
And-
robust as
and-
the kale.
Yeah, Sarah eats goat cheese all the time, Dusty. She buys a little.
I haven't had goat cheese in forever, but put goat cheese in a tamale. Oh,
Better.
Yeah, romaine lettuce is a little bit nicer looking lettuce than your standard ball of lettuce. I said
Mm.
that's when you want to make your BLTs look fancy. Get some romaine
Yep.
lettuce.
or you want to dress up your salad bar. You do a few heads of iceberg and do one head of romaine, just to put a different color of green in there
Right.
with just the white watery looking.
I actually prefer romaine over standard lettuce. The
I'd
iceberg
rather
lettuce.
have iceberg. It's crunchier.
I just think romaine has
Normal
better
web
flavor
lettuce
myself.
is normal web lettuce is boring.
I think if I was just to make a bowl of salad, I think I would prefer iceberg as well.
Mm.
See, I like a mixture. I like a little romaine, iceberg, a little spinach leaves in there. I like
Yeah,
mixing
but
some
we were
spinach
talking
leaves.
about choosing one lettuce over another.
Yeah.
I'd rather have romaine.
You'd rather have all romaine in your bowl.
Yeah, I like romaine lettuce better. I've always
Romaine's
preferred
good.
that. I mean, I don't have an issue with iceberg. Like if
Oh,
somebody gave me a
well,
salad,
that's
with it
okay.
in there,
Fancy schmancy Justin.
I'm willing to pay the extra 50 cents.
And then you've got the very thin-leaved, spidery red lettuces and things like that. I mean, if you get a mixed lettuce bag here, it's got about 7 or 8 different lettuces in it.
Yeah, see, growing up, our personal chef always used romaine.
Listen to Justin trying to pretend to be Michael.
You want to
No, we always ate really good when I was growing up. Like my dad always had we had a deep freezer just full of Schwann's shit from Schwann's.
Justin, just listen to you. We know you didn't have a chef. You had a cook. And that cook was a meth cook.
Meth cook.
A meth cook.
And
Just
had
listen
its
to you,
own-
we can
had
tell.
its own- had its own method.
Yeah.
Saw. Saw.
Lettuce. It's in a bowl. Is called iceberg.
Look at Dusty. All's we eat is romaine lettuce. He's like, nothing touches his tongue
Stop
but
picking and
romaine.
throwing it. Stop.
Yeah. Iceberg lettuce.
It's for the commoners.
Ah.
That's for the
But
staff.
There's something to be said about just a bologna sandwich with American cheese and some iceberg lettuce on it.
Oh yeah, sometimes a good just basic bologna sandwich is good.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of mayonnaise and mustard.
Yep. Not that nasty shit Miracle Whip. Ugh.
Ooh, get rid of the mustard and mayonnaise and just use some Miracle Whip. Mmm.
No. Miracle Whip is disgusting.
Now you're talking.
And technically that's a salad dressing, right?
Well, yeah. But you can also use it as a sandwich spread.
Ugh, stuff is gross, man. My stepmom used to eat that shit back when I was a kid.
Ooh, I'll eat it by the spoonful.
Yeah.
Tasty. I'll mix it in my pork and beans.
Sarah hates mayonnaise. She won't eat it.
I thought we were talking about Miracle Whip.
Oh, I'm just saying. I was talking about both of them. But yeah. I like mayonnaise, but Sarah hates it.
Give me, I'll fix it.
She'll put it in some
Put-
things, like she'll put a
What about-
very little bit in like her tuna, but she puts mustard in tuna too, which I don't like. I think that's gross. I
Let me
don't
see.
like the mustard flavor in the tuna.
Let me see.
I like putting, normally what I do is I chop up onions, put them in the tuna, a little
See,
bit of mayonnaise and a little
if
bit
I
of
do
pepper.
if I do tuna fish like that, I do use
I know.
Miracle Whip for
Yeah.
the tuna. It has a
Oh,
little
see,
bit
I-
extra zing.
I do just regular mayonnaise, onions,
Yep.
some dill relish and some pepper. And then mix it all together and put it on some bread. Or if I'm dipping it in, I might be using saltine crackers.
Because Miracle Whip has a little, it's sweeter and a little bit tangier.
That's
Makes
what I
a
don't
great
like
tuna
about
fish.
it. I don't
Makes
like that
great
sweet
tuna fish
flavor.
sandwich. Mmm.
Pork and beans. Franks and beans.
You saw.
He said, how the hell did you get the beans above the Frank?
Let's sit down and watch that.
But
Yeah.
Miracle Whip
Put it up there.
and mayonnaise are basically the same thing. It's just
Put it
that Miracle Whip doesn't use it. It has this different seasonings in it,
Yay, thank you. Put it
and
up.
it doesn't have as much oil.
Yeah, because the texture doesn't feel real much
Oh.
different. But yeah, I just don't like that sweet taste of it.
Yeah.
Never been a fan of that.
Put it away. Go put it back. Put it back.
I bet Dusty knows what beanie weenie casserole is.
Beanie weenies.
Sarah didn't like that either, because I used to take pork and beans, and then I'd
Mhm.
put the hot dogs in it in like a baking dish, and then put a light layer of cheese on top, and then bake it for about 30 minutes.
Yep.
She never liked it. She always thought it was gross. Me and the kids used to eat it all the time. I haven't made it in a long, long time, but yeah, I used to make it a lot when the
Go
kids
sit
were
down and
little.
see.
Yeah, now grilled cheese sandwich.
That's
That's
really good.
mayonnaise.
It's
Grab
a
it.
Really
bologna
good.
sandwich. What are you talking about?
Do what?
Bologna and cheese on white bread with mayonnaise.
Yeah. Are you? But we're talking about between mayonnaise and Miracle Whip. That's what we
I
were talking
like-
about earlier.
No, what makes a really good cheese, you take Spam and you slice it really thin and then fry it up.
On a grilled
then-
cheese?
And then you fry it up and then you make a grilled cheese with it, and it is fucking delicious.
Well, I would argue with you, Justin, that that's not a grilled cheese because that is now melted. The second you add another ingredient in between the
Well, whatever.
bread,
It's still
it
good.
becomes a melted.
Okay. It's a melt then, whatever. It's still good though, if you've never had it. If you like fried Spam, you would probably like it.
In great moderation.
I don't eat it very often, but when I do, I like to cut it really thin and fry it. I don't like it to be like thick. I'll cut it almost paper thin and then I fry it up. And then I make a grilled cheese with them.
I'll do that with bologna.
Oh yeah, fried bologna's pretty good. And it doesn't take long at all to do that.
I just learned a couple of years ago the trick of cutting slices into the center of the bologna before you fry it.
So it doesn't
Yeah.
bubble up in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? How did I not know that?
I always did a cross in it. I would cut a slit and then another slit cross and then just a little small one in the middle.
You got to singe it up a little bit, burn it up a little bit.
Hmm.
My dad always liked burnt shit. Like whenever we'd go to to a restaurant to get breakfast, he would always ask them to burn the shit out of his toast. He loved burnt toast. And
Really?
then I always thought it was gross, but I got to a point where like when I would make a grilled cheese, I actually now like the bread to start to burn a little bit. I don't know. I just ended up liking it later on. Not so much regular toast, but like if I make a grilled cheese, I actually like the burnt taste of the toast. I get it to where it just starts to blacken a little bit.
Or you accidentally walk away and leave the stove, and you blacken it like really, really good, and it's for the kids. And so you look around and see if they're watching. Grab that butter knife and start scraping it over the sink.
Yeah.
Scrape
You
off
talking
all that
about
black
toast?
stuff.
I've done that before.
Here, it's burnt. No, it's not. Eat it.
Oh,
Shut up.
almost burnt toast is pretty good.
Yeah, I don't like get it burnt, Andrew, but I like when it starts to blacken up and get a nice
Yeah.
like layer of blackness on each
Yeah,
side.
just like potatoes and onions. Those burnt pieces are.
Oh yeah, yeah. And the onions, yeah, they get a little burnt. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Or the potatoes.
My uncle, we used to go over to his house and drink coffee when I was a kid, and he always had toast with coffee. And he had his where it would just about start turning black.
Oh, great! My sister just told me green beans are ready to pick. Would I like to come get some? I guess she's overloaded with green beans.
Yeah, those are
So-
good.
So, depends on how many she's got. I'll be
Like fresh green beans.
vacuum sealing some. Blanch them, drain them, and then freeze them.
That's another good thing Sarah makes is the fresh green beans. Those are really good. She's really good with vegetables. She makes stuff. She didn't grow up cooking anything like her when she was growing up. It was just her and her mom. They ate a lot of frozen shit. Back when I was a kid, my dad was gone all the time because he worked for the military. So he was gone. He would work 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So he wasn't home every other day. And so me being by myself part of the time, he didn't buy a lot of junk food. And I had to learn how to cook because otherwise there wasn't a lot of like quick stuff. He didn't buy too much like quick frozen stuff. Like a lot of the shit he got from Schwann's and stuff was actual meats and stuff he had to cook. So I had to learn how to do that shit.
hmm
I was cooking when I was really young. Because it wasn't uncommon for me when I was like 10, 11 years old to be at home by myself every other day.
Mind you, when you say green beans, what type of green beans do you mean?
Little snap beans.
Pole beans.
Haricot? French beans? Broad beans?
Yes, they would be like the haricot.
Mm.
That would be the French for green beans.
Yeah.
The reason I know that is because Harry Anderson, when he was working, and here's another stupid bit of trivia in my head. When he worked Renaissance festivals, he went by the name Harry Covert.
Yeah. Yeah, because that means green.
So
What's up,
she's
Michael?
sitting over there watching TV, right? And they show a skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus. She looks at me and she looks back at the thing and she goes, "Arr."
But I'd have to say
What are
by
they
far
teaching her?
my favorite vegetable is definitely asparagus. That is by far my favorite. If I go to
They
a
like
restaurant,
grilled asparagus. That's good.
oh dude, nothing like putting it on the barbecue and smoking it, getting that smoky flavor in it. Oh, it's so good. See, what I would do is I would take a bundle of fresh asparagus, I'd wrap it in tinfoil, and I'd put a stick of butter in there, and then I'd wrap it really tight, and then I'd cut a couple little slits in the top of it and set it on the grill and let it sit there and cook in the butter for about 45 minutes. And then you pull it off, and then it would just have that really nice
Fried.
smoky flavor. And then sometimes I would take it off, and I had it was kind of like a strainer type thing, but it was like a square pan, and I'd lay them out on there and then put them on the grill and let them get a little charred after they were done cooking for about 10 minutes. Oh, so good.
Quite partial to asparagus soup.
I've never actually had asparagus soup.
Really?
I haven't either.
If I go to a restaurant and I have a choice of vegetable, I always get asparagus.
Is asparagus soup? Is it like creamy?
Yeah,
It sounds good.
Oh yeah, I'd try it.
it's nice.
Now, do you get like? I'm assuming you get little like chunks of the asparagus.
Yes, it's blended, but yeah, you can pick how you have it, whether you have it blended smooth or chunky.
I would want it chunky, definitely.
A little chunky, yeah. It's kind of like I'm picturing it as kind of like a broccoli cheddar.
That's
Yeah.
what I was thinking too
Very
in my
similar.
head. Yeah, kind of like a broccoli soup.
Whereas you can get it blended to where the broccoli almost disappears. But I like to have some chunks in it.
But broccoli's nicer in Stilton than cheddar.
I've never had it in Stilton.
Quite common here, broccoli in Stilton soup. Yeah.
That was probably my one complaint when we went to the Bubba Gump shrimp restaurant. Their asparagus was slightly, I think, undercooked for my liking. It wasn't
Yeah, they keep
quite
it
cooked
crispy
enough.
rather than.
Yeah, it was a little undercooked, but that was my only complaint. Other than that, the food was great.
I like my broccoli to be a little al dente. Cook it just
But-
long enough to green it up real bright and green, and then pull it off. That's when it's perfect.
I'll tell you what, I really did like the atmosphere there at the restaurant, though. I definitely would go back. It was a cool place.
Yeah, it was fun when I went there.
I usually steam my broccoli.
I'm kind of mad because I didn't have time to go into the gift shop because we were rushing to get to the movie. Like we made it just within like 5 minutes of the movie starting, even though there was, fuck, dude, it seemed like there was like a half hour of damn advertisements before the movie. Like we would have had extra time if we would have just gotten there a little later. We would have been fine, but we weren't sure what time the actual movie was going to start, so we were rushing. But other than that, yeah, I definitely would go back there. I liked it, and it wasn't crazy, outrageously priced either.
I think the first time I went there was out in California when we went to Universal Studios. I believe there's a Bubba Gump's there in the what do they call the place outside of Universal Studios? Something City. Universal City.
City Walk.
City Walk. City Walk.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's where we went to as well.
Yeah.
It was like I said, it wasn't bad. I think we paid like $70 and some change.
Now
But Sarah got a mixed drink and some other stuff too. But
when we went down to Florida, the best place that we ate was a place called Fish Lips. And it was just, we had been over to Cocoa Beach and we left and we were hungry. It's like, just look and just find a place to eat because we were getting ready to go to Blue Man Group that night. And we just wanted to find some place close and found this Fish Lips, which just this hole in the wall joint, like a marina. And it was really good. And then we missed the Blue Man Group show.
I never did go to the Blue Man Group when they were in Vegas.
We missed it. We missed it by about half an hour because on the way back after we had dinner and left, we got stuck in traffic, and we missed it by about half an hour. And we got there and we asked them at the ticket booth if there's anything they could do. They got us in the next day. We weren't center. We were right down center. Though in the show that we missed, but they had to put us over to the side a little bit the next night, and the next night we went, it was great. Christopher got pulled up on in fact we got it here somewhere when they did their little art section where they did a painting where one of the Blue Man guys spits on a canvas while it's on a drill spinning. Christopher got to keep that. They were throwing marshmallows out in the audience and I caught one of them in my mouth. It was a lot of fun.
Didn't they start doing the Blue Man Group all over the country though? Like they had other people that were doing
They
it.
did. It was originally, I believe, it was one group of guys, and then they realized that their faces are completely covered. They can franchise it. So they started hiring all kinds of different performers and building different touring groups. They can swap out and switch people in those groups because there's set routines. They build the act. But yeah, multiple
'cause
Blue Man.
the main group was out of Vegas.
Yes, I think so.
That's where it started. Yeah, they got a big old deal because they were in Vegas for probably over 20 years.
And so they franchised it.
Which I don't think they're actually performing in Vegas anymore. I think that ended a few years
I don't think so
back.
either.
Yeah, because they
I
were there
wanna
for
say-
at least 20 years, if not longer.
I want to say Orlando is where the main group is now.
Yeah, they left Vegas a while
I
back.
might be wrong on that. Let me look that up. I'm kind of curious.
I'm almost 100% positive they're definitely not in Vegas now. Whether they're at now, I'm not sure. I haven't heard that, but I'm almost positive they left Vegas about anywhere between a couple to 5 years ago. Because like I said, they were in Vegas for a long ass time. I remember from when I was a little kid, all the way up into my 20s, going to Vegas and seeing
Oh.
their faces.
It
on
looks like they are not in Orlando anymore. They have locations at New York, in New York City, Boston, Chicago, Las Vegas. They're still there. Berlin and London.
I said I remember from a little kid all the way up to I was in my 20s going to Vegas and always seeing their faces on the billboards and shit, their advertisements.
A typical production employs 7 to 9 full-time blue men who are selected by audition.
You definitely have to have the right personality and
it started in New York.
Skills for that. Well, so it actually started in New York. Okay. And they got at some point got a big deal in Vegas, one of the casinos.
At Luxor.
Luxor, yep. Okay, I was trying to remember which casino it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You can get,
February 1st, 2021 is when they closed their run at Universal Orlando.
Yeah, if you can get a deal, man, at a Vegas casino to do a show, that's some good money right there. But it's also
you know what the longest running show ever in Vegas is?
Not offhand. I probably know the show. I just don't know.
Penn and Teller.
Oh, Penn and Teller. Yeah.
They have had the longest running show. They beat out everybody as far as longest continually running show.
Well, the second one's got to be Wayne Newton. Huh?
Do what?
Wayne Newton's got to be like the second one then.
I don't know. I wouldn't think so.
Ever.
Yeah, but if you look back in the day, the Rat Pack, they all had their tours through there that they stayed for a long time. Who's the other magician? David Copperfield has been there forever.
Yeah, and then Chris Angel got a deal, I think, with one of the casinos as well.
I guarantee that Copperfield's been there longer.
Well, as far as with who? Chris Angel?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's a lot older than Chris Angel. Chris Angel's not even close to his age. He's probably half his age. Chris Angel's, I think, not much older than me.
I got to see Chris Angel live. He performed at an award show that I was at for like a cable video production thing.
The only thing with having a show in Vegas is that is a demanding schedule, though, because sometimes you're performing 5-6 nights a week, so it's very demanding.
Yeah, but not as demanding as, laying asphalt.
But I'm sure there's a lot of hours.
Yeah, these people, these actors, they work long hours. It's very demanding. It's like, I bet they've never poured hot asphalt in their boot or had a smudge pot blow up in their face. It's like, yeah, they work long hours playing pretend.
I would imagine that, what's his name, the singer that did Copacabana, I'm sure he's been quite a long-standing show at Vegas, hasn't he?
Copacabana.
At the Copacabana, Yeah,
Yeah.
he wrote the McDonald's jingle.
It's crazy how
Why can't I think of his name?
Yeah, I know.
crazy how like historic shit doesn't last in Vegas.
I can
either.
picture him. I can picture him in my head.
Yeah, long sharp nose.
I mean, he was ubiquitous during the 70s.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look it up. I know his name. I want to say something about Barry Manilow.
Barry Manilow, that's it.
I was like, it's something with a B, and then when I got ready to say "buh" for B, I was like, Barry Manilow.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
Yep, still performing.
Yep, he did a tour like 2 years ago, I think.
Hey guys, what do you think?
Try not to, as a rule.
Because if you want to keep going, I'll let you keep going, but I've got to go do something.
Yep, I really should go too. It's past noon.
Justin doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah.
I got
Go
stuff I
to.
gotta go do.
Okay, everybody, we'll see all of you again later. Except Joe, you're not going to be here, right?
Later.
Game.
Got a game. Okay. All right. Bye, everybody. Thanks, Donald.
See you tomorrow.
Later.
Justin, take care.